Hello, my friends. Good morning. Good morning. At least it is morning for me. Definitely morning for me. Very early for me. I'm not usually a morning person, so we're up and at it today, though. Wanted to try to fit in another stream here. Hang out with you guys. See if we can do try to do some more cool stuff. Hope everyone's having a good week, a good Friday. Happy Friday all around. Terrietta, hello. How we doing? Jay Voodoo, what's up, dude? Watching on delay. What does that mean? Is everything all good with the stream? We'll get going here in just a sec. All right, so wanted to focus on doing some farming. Try to do some farming today and see if we could get away with a little challenge where we don't use any other resources. So basically no resource deposits at all, other than fertility, which is technically a resource deposit. So if we're gonna do it, let's see. Is there a cool crest that we could make for a farming setup? So many options, of course. I don't think we need a castle, and we got like military icons in here. Switch it up just for fun. The tree is pretty cool. Tree definitely gives me like farming vibes. I like the burgundy color. That looks kind of cool. Not bad. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Let's go with that. That's kind of cool, right? Oh, you work delivery. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Cool. All right. So we'll just do Rise to Prosperity. Won't worry about combat here. On Sunday, we'll do a combat focused stream, I think, since that was high in the votes for the last one. So we'll try to get large town. We'll try to get max settlement level here, basically without using any resource deposits. We'll see if it's See if it's even possible. But it would be nice to have a cool little, to have a nice scenic setup as well. Winding River is always a good idea, right? Or the lake map. The lake could be nice, or the Winding River, just for kind of aesthetics, you know what I mean? Let me know if you guys have any preference. We'll try out the lake. First of all, we got to make sure we get fertility, though. I mean, we got to, if we're not allowing ourselves to use any other resource deposits and we're just trying a farming thing, we got to see if we can. We got to at least get fertility. So let's see what we get here. No fertility, but I mean, this is a cool spot. I know, of course, against the cliffside, or we could maybe pick a different area just to have a cool aesthetic spot to build on. I mean, this is always really cool on the cliffside, but I don't know, they're all pretty nice around here, huh? We could go for the river map too. We gotta try to reroll. We gotta try to get fertility. I mean, I know it's a very common suggestion, but it would be nice if there was some form of way to, like, pick what resource layout you want or whatever. It's a nice spot here, though. Kind of like that spot, so maybe we'll use that one. Alright, give us some fertility. Come on. We're trying to do some farming here. I'm just a humble farmer, my lord. Nope. It'll happen one of these times. I really hate having to reroll. I hate, like, suggesting people to, like, reroll and stuff, too. But we want to try to check out farming, so we do need fertility. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good week though. We're having a good Friday. Oh, here we go, fertility. Nice. Alright, cool. Alright guys, we're in. Dang, fertility, and if we were using the resources too, there's a rich stone here, that'd be pretty prime time. But obviously we don't care about, we're gonna see if we can get away with not using any resource deposits at all. So, there's like a rich stone, which is like incredibly good for economy right now. Probably the best resource deposit for economy overall. But we're not going to use that. There's fishing and other stuff we're not going to use. So we'll see if we can make this happen, though. It might be a little tough, especially in the early phases. It'll take a bit for the farming setup to ramp up. So we'll see if we can what we can pull off here. First of all, let's kind of get a rough idea of where do we want to place a bulk of our farming. Wheat will be kind of good wherever. Flax looks like we have a nice rich area down here. Okay, barley and flax are the main ones we're concerned about. Wheat will be easy in most spots. Okay. So it looks like, honestly, kind of this whole strip right here might be good for just barley and flax in general. Why not the German Valley? I like the Germanic Valley. I mean, all the maps are cool, you know? Just feel like the Winding River has a nice aesthetic, you know what I mean? A nice vibe with the riverside in the background and stuff, you know what I mean? Can kind of build some farm or whatever, you know, some stuff up against up to the water banks or on this little cliffside right here or whatever, which would be kind of cool, I feel like. But yeah, all the maps are great, really, you know? At least in my opinion. My personal favorite is the High Peaks. High Peaks map is my personal favorite, but you know, I like to try to switch it up too sometimes, you know. Okay, so we should also I don't want everything to just be like necessarily straight up grid. We'll probably have some town infrastructure more on the right side, and then farming on like kind of the left side over here. So let's think about that, and we'll probably have wood cutting up here. Kings Road is a bit far. Maybe we'll go more town stuff down farther, closer down here towards the Kings Road. That could be cool. And we'll try to not make everything just like a straight up grid. So we'll embrace some nice curved roads and stuff, or we'll try to at least. Little section right here. Alright, first and foremost, let's get some wood cutting going. We'll put that over here for now. Right there will be good. Rerolling for fertility isn't absolutely necessary, since there's always a patch of rye and maybe even flour in any region. I understand that, Jay Voodoo, obviously. I get that, but since, you know, like I said, since we're not allowing ourselves to use literally any other resource deposit, that's what I'm going to be doing. In my opinion, it is necessary. If you want to reach the large town settlement level and you're not allowing yourself to use literally any other resource deposit, I do feel that it is pretty necessary to, if you want to reach the max settlement level and you need ale and clothing and all that kind of stuff, and you're not using anything else, I definitely disagree, and I believe that it is necessary to have rich fertility. You could probably make it happen just through trade, but it would take forever. That would take ages. So we are going to go ahead and roll with making sure we have max fertility here. Alright, so like I said, we'll probably try to fit in some residential stuff right here. We do need, obviously, quite a bit of labor for all the farming tasks. So we'll want to get some quick pop expansion rolling here, if possible. Let's put 3 houses to start right there. Triple staff our logging camp, and we did get that second ox ordered. Alright. How many hours have I played in this game? I think about 600 or 700. I don't know. I think I have. I don't know. There's a lot of time though. A lot of those hours are probably just like, you know, AFK sitting on the menu or something, like I left it open, you know, in the background, or like simming some stuff in the background or whatever. So I wouldn't necessarily say all of those hours are like straight up playtime, but I think I have like 600 hours on Steam. But I think before I purchased the game on Steam, I think I I played it. I tested it out on the. It was on the Game Pass, the Xbox, or it's not Xbox, but the Microsoft Game Pass or whatever. EA, I don't know, whatever it is. But yeah, I tried, and I think it still is on the Game Pass, right? But yeah, I remember I wasn't sure if I wanted to buy the game at first, like, and I'm talking like 2 years ago at this point, like a long time ago when they like first released it, and I was like, oh, this game looks really good, but I was like, oh, it's super far like in early access and all this kind of stuff, so I wasn't sure if I really wanted to get it. So I tried it out on Game Pass first, and I think I played it for like 100 hours or something like that on the Game Pass, and then that expired, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely buying this game. So probably something like 700 hours, but like I said, a lot of those hours are not necessarily just actually playing the game. Since we're building stuff like a little far from our starting tents and stuff over here, we're probably not going to get the April 1st moving, but that's okay. Alright. So we do also want to think about probably a couple backyard extensions, like especially since we're not allowing ourselves to use any resource deposits. We're going to need, obviously, we got to have more than just bread. So we'll probably want to map out a couple of large backyard extension areas here as well. So we can think about that. That's not bad at all, to be honest. We will probably just go with that. And that will give us our 4th and 5th living space. It's great that the Edge browser now has real-time voice translation. Oh, yeah. I always forget that not everyone, I don't know if I turned on... See, I always forget, too, that there's, like, settings. I don't know if I need to put a setting on to allow like the captions or whatever. If there's anything like that that I need to adjust, let me know. But that's good to hear that the Edge browser works for that. Where are you watching from? I did see someone commented the other day saying that they were watching from Brazil, and they were asking about like enabling the Brazilian translation, the Portuguese translation, I should say, for the captions. But the problem is they're like automatic. You know what I mean? Or I mean, obviously, you can do your own manual like captions, but I don't speak Portuguese, obviously, so or really any other language. I do speak a little bit of Spanish. Or a good amount of Spanish, I guess, but... okay, cool. So we got this house over here. We'll put the expansion, and that'll give us our 5th living space, and then we'll also add another one. Because we do want to make sure we keep... Let's put a couple right here. Guess we'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go like that. That'll be fine. Alright, cool. A couple of these last houses coming in here, and then we'll get the little bit of this last infrastructure marketplace right here. Cool. And then we'll get a water well. Unfortunately, the water's kind of far from our residential area over here, which is a little bit unfortunate, but is what it is. All right. So we'll get some storage coming up here. Last bit of housing is coming in. You're originally from Ukraine? Wow. Because of the war, you live in Germany. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. You know, I can only imagine what that's like. That's pretty wild, dude. Glad to hear you're away from the war and everything, though. That's pretty wild. Okay. So let's get storehouse is going to be coming up here. And once again, let's just briefly remind ourselves where we're going to be. So this kind of left-hand side, I don't want to get too much stuff in the way here, but I do think we will designate a little area here at the very least. For our, you know, farmhouse and some storage and stuff like that. So that will be good. I think if we go ahead and put storehouse here, that's going to be good. Can we fit granary right next to it? We can. We can obviously also adjust the road a little bit too. Okay, that'll be good. I like that. Sweet. And for now, we'll put the firewood right over here, but this is just temporary. Get that storehouse staffed for now. Okay. And we'll go ahead and get the granary next. Make sure we get our initial food put away before the next rain comes in. Starts to destroy our remaining supplies. And we're good on that for now. We do need the water well too. Needs to be a little farther away than I would ideally prefer, but that's all good. We'll get the... Oh, we didn't have the rest of those supplies put away. Took the people off the storehouse too soon. We'll move one of our logging camp people over there because we're ahead on that. Alright, getting our storage task done here real quick for the initial supplies. So if you want to get like those first you know, population opportunity windows, you definitely need to build your stuff right next to where your starting location is. We made a sacrifice with that there, since we're using the land as we want it for the fertility. All right, we did get someone moving in there though, new family, which is perfect. So we're adding our extension here, so we get another open living space. Make sure we're having population opportunity constantly. Okay, so we did get those initial supplies put away. We're all good on the initial storage task here. We'll chill on that for a second, free up that labor. And let's see, so next up, we do want to start getting planks. We can go ahead and put that right there. That's fine. All right, cool. Planks, and then trade. I mean, we do need a little bit of trade. Like, economy's not a huge focus here. But we do actually, I keep forgetting what the challenge is here, which is no resource deposit. So we do need to get at least like a small. I'm probably already behind on it. I'm like already forgetting the challenge here, getting distracted. But yeah, we do need a small. We can probably still make it work, but we do need a small harvest of something here in the beginning. So we'll make sure that happens. Okay, let's go ahead and straighten this out just a little bit. And we'll make some strips here. Okay, we're looking for about half Morgan, in my opinion, is strips of 0.5 Morgan are really good. That's kind of what I'm looking for. We realistically should start in the corner, though. So we're not going to use all of these field sections right now, of course, because, you know, we're not going to have enough labor, but we're just going to start setting up some of the, for future here as well. So if I can get strips of 0.5 is my goal here. It's a little annoying. It would be cool if there was a way to like tell it, you know what I mean? I'm trying to make this size fields or whatever, and it kind of automatically do it for you. But it's all really just mainly about having the nice even strips is the most important aspect here. All right, that's cool. I can get probably at least one or two of these. It won't be a huge, but we just need enough to get through the winter, basically. What's up, Info Mole Rat? What's up, dude? Good to hear from you. It's been a while. You noticed you can assign sick families to the storehouse and granary. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they're sick, so you're saying they'll still man the market stall even if they're sick? Interesting. Yeah, I thought they'd basically do nothing if they're sick, so that's good to know. Good to hear from you, dude. Like I said, I kind of spaced out here in the beginning. Still super early for me, and I was looking at the chat and stuff, but we probably should have been at least like about a month ahead on this or something. We want to get at least a decent, you know, we got to get something coming in here from farming from the first year, obviously. So I don't know, we might already be cooked here, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of had the wrong approach. I'm so thinking everyone's always telling me, you know, oh, you got to do fast pop expansion for every playthrough and stuff, and it's just not true. We really should have focused on this stuff first. So I need to restart here, but we'll see how it goes. All right, so let's get couple wheat fields in here. So we're basically just going to have one family on the logging camp for now. We'll see. Might need to restart because I kind of botched the beginning here. Getting distracted with other stuff, so if so, sorry about that, but we'll see how it works out. Might still be okay, though, to be honest. Time will tell. Yep, absolutely, dude. Definitely gotta keep your eye out for those sick families, that's for sure. That's for sure. Alright, so that's 20 wheat. That'll give us 40 bread. I'm not sure if that'll be enough. Might be close, we'll see. But yeah, I definitely don't want to add too many families too fast, basically, because we don't, we don't have a ton of food. Or we won't have a ton of food. We might just, honestly, might just need to restart here, I'm not going to lie. I kind of messed up in the beginning, to be honest. Let me think about it for a sec. We're gonna have like a little less than 40 bread or 40 total food, right? For coming in September. And then that'll have to last for basically like, a whole year, somewhat, or almost. Yeah. I don't know. Might have already screwed up. I guess we'll write it out and we'll see. Yeah, we can. Yeah, I mean, we could put backyard extensions, of course. But yeah, that'll be our saving grace, if anything. I'm just like, yeah, I just hate the. I just feel like I did a bad start here because I was focused on the wrong things. I just like was distracted. So, might restart. I think I'm going to restart. We're going to lock in. We're going to lock in. Yeah, we probably could have purchased some stuff or whatever, but we probably could have saved that, with like some backyard extensions or buying some wheat, whatever, but I want to do it right. And that was just not the start that I was going for. Sorry about that, my friends. We're gonna lock in here. Yeah, probably would have. Like I said, we probably could have still made it work, but it's just not really the start that I was going for. So it's kind of small things make big differences in the beginning there. So I think we do want to get like a couple families like very fast, but then we don't want, we only want to. We don't just want to keep adding pop, of course, because we're only going to have so much food at our disposal. But yeah, definitely want to. We should not like. Yeah, we need to get at least a couple fields going like right away. Basically, need to treat it like the merchant. You know what I mean? Eliminate the foraging resources now by covering with a field. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, or we can have them chop down all the trees around it or whatever, of course, but as long as we don't use them, then kind of doesn't really matter, right? All right, cool. We're back. We're back. All right, we're going to lock in here. All right, so barley right here. Well, super rich flax is a bit far. Barley over there, too. Okay. Alright, so we'll just go ahead and somewhat of a similar situation here, but we'll kind of rope off this half. But this will be a lot closer build to the starting. Alright, this will be a lot better. I'm just going to do a double road here for fun. Yeah, they disappear now. Alright, cool. There's a decent barley here, but I'm not going to worry about that. We'll just do it over here on this side. Alright, that's good. Good enough for me. Alright. So we will do logging camp and like 6 houses first right away, but then we're not going to worry about anything else until farming's done. Might, you know, get the initial supplies stored, but we're going to build right here next to our starting thing. We're going to be way more efficient this time. We're going to lock in. All right, so let's just do our logging camp right here for now. Hitching posts just right next to that. And get an ox. Wild animal deposit can be covered by field, incidentally. Alright, we got that second ox on the way. Logging camp coming. There we go. Alright, cool. 3 on that, and we'll get our first 3 houses literally right here, right next to the starting supplies. We might need to move them over just a little bit so they fit next to these tents. That should be good like that. There we go. As long as the edge of the field or pasture doesn't touch the deposit. That's interesting. So you can have the hunting area in the field, basically. It's kind of goofy. Didn't notice double supplies at start. No, I didn't change any of the settings. We're just on the default settings. So whatever's the regular starting supplies is what we have, I think. You think normal will run out of bread before the first harvest? I guess we'll find out. I mean, it probably will, but we'll get. It's not. I don't think we'll have any deaths from starvation by the time we get at least a first minimal harvest. I mean, this is basically this is what you have to do to get the merchant achievement, basically. So. All right, we'll get these last two houses right here. And you can farm it too. That's pretty goofy. Yeah, I mean, you can hunt and farm in the field, and there's blood all over the place. Yeah. That's very goofy. Alright, let's go. Something like that. We'll put a little market strip right here. Here comes our ox. Mark it right there. There's the ox, second ox. That's perfect. Storehouse. I think storehouse right here will be good. Or maybe like that. Yeah, let's go like that. Let's make sure the houses get done first, and we'll put one more. We want to make sure we have at least a couple big backyards too. For veggies, apples, whatever. Let's just see if we can fit 2 more houses over here. Would be great. Stop giving me a double plot. Good lord, man. Sometimes it's like, how wide do you want the freaking plot to be before you get a double? Like, come on. Oh no, the animals are migrating. Alright, there we go. Whoops. Alright, so we'll get this one more house in, and then we'll get the storehouse. Okay, so we're doing a lot better here. Okay, take off one of them. Let's go ahead and get water well right here. Much better on the water availability as well. Alright, and then next we're going to do... we do need the granary, but then we're going to go farm after that. But we cannot lose our starting supplies, of course. Alright, we did get a family moving in there, so that's perfect. Alright, so we are on track with that. We do need at least a couple families early to move in here. But we don't want too many too fast beyond a certain point. Alright, that's looking good. We're going to get granary, and then we're going to move on. Getting some farming stuff set up. Storehouse. With fuel supplying market stall and water stabilizes the approval. Yes, correct. Exactly. Yep, that's why we always go storehouse and water well first. Correct. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna be making like a guide for, like, you know, setting up the initial like town for the pop growth and stuff here in the beginning, but just waiting for them to finish the patch because, you know, there's a high possibility that like what we're doing right now is not what's going to be the reality when they actually release the patch. I mean, they could easily, you know, the patch could come out like literally right now. It could come out 5 minutes from now. Who knows, dude? They could make a post and then be like, yeah, the patch is out and we completely changed how the approval works and you no longer get 2 times in the population growth in the beginning, and, you know, firewood is no longer good enough to get you the approval. I mean, who knows, dude? They just change everything so often, especially like on this current patch, so I'm not trusting anything. So I'm not getting too invested in any particular strategy in that sense either, which I would highly suggest for all of you to do the same as well. Suggestion on the restart: no pop growth, keep your approval at 50 and get 2 chicken coops with your starting 50, no second act. Yeah, that's an option. Yeah, that's definitely an option, for sure. I think that's what I did when I did the mercenary achievement originally, or the merchant, not mercenary, merchant achievement. Excuse me. I think that's what I did for the merchant achievement originally. Yeah. You do need planks for the chicken coop, so you need to get planks going, of course, but that's not a super big deal. At least on hard settings, you can get away with that as minimum for Winter Star. Yep. Yeah, I mean, and of course, guys, I mean, you can, you know, I've got videos. There's, you know, I have the video on here for the. If you guys really want to, really want to see like the ultimate challenge, is the video I have on here for the on the edge challenging difficulty. Like that is, I legitimately, that is, at least in my opinion, that is probably the hardest. Like the actually legitimately the hardest possible start to this game is if you do challenging on the edge, and you start in winter with limited supplies and everything. It's on the like drastic weather events or whatever, and in the snow. I mean, your starting supplies last like literally like 3 days. Like you have to get them stored immediately before they get wiped out, and obviously you can't do any farming, you can't do any gathering of berries or anything like that if it's a winter start. So yeah, I mean, if you guys if you guys wanted to see the real challenge, I mean, feel free to go. I would recommend, definitely feel free to go watch that video. It's here on the channel. We have done many strategies over the last couple of years since this game has been out. But yeah, it changes all the time, and we're always trying to come up with new challenges and new stuff. I think that's exactly what I did for the merchant, though, was started out with 2 chicken coops. I have a video on here from about 1.5 years ago from doing the merchant achievement. Also here on the channel, if you guys want to check that out. Yeah, I think I got every single achievement in the game. And if I look on my Steam, they're all completed in June of 2024. So a lot of this stuff is like a long time ago. You know what I mean? A lot has evolved in this game over that time. All right, cool. So now we're mid-April. Now's the perfect. We just got the granary. We'll staff that, and we're gonna go ahead and get some farming set up here real quick. Okay, flax, barley, wheat. All right. So farmhouse. Let's do farmhouse like that. Okay, we'll get some strips here. 0.5 would be my ideal. as even as possible, basically. Nice, there we go. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, perfect. Okay, sweet. All right, excellent. So we'll get some of these going here right away. So once they get this initial bread put away, we'll be taking them off the granary temporarily. All right, cool, they're done with that. Whoops. Okay, we do need to keep the firewood going at least. Okay, we did get that family moving in. Okay, good. So now we have a decent amount of families we got two new families moving in by mid-April, so that's perfect. So now we're gonna go ahead and that farmhouse is ready. All right, so we're gonna see if we can get 3 of these fields done. 4. Okay, cool. And we'll take this guy off here again too, because I don't think we're gonna worry about pop growth now for a hot second. We just wanted to get those first couple families moving in to have extra labor for these initial field tasks. And I think we'll just leave 1 here. Honestly, we're gonna take this guy too. We're just going literally all in on this. Oops. That's good. And we might actually be able to get, let's see if we can get 4 of these done. Cool. Yeah, winter start, no supplies, all demanding, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I mean, what I mean is, as far as like, on the edge, challenging is the hardest, like, preset start that you can do. Yeah, you can of course yeah, you can of course go in the settings and manually, you know, turn everything up to the max, and then also impose your own self challenges to be like, yeah, I'm also not going to use any resource deposits, I'm also not going to allow myself to use trade, I'm also not going to allow myself to use backyard extensions, blah blah. But yeah, I mean, at what point is it like, holy crap, dude, like with no respawn might be harder than having them. Right. Yeah, you just need to sacrifice a ton of food at the church, basically, right? Yeah. Which is a challenge in itself. Making that much food to be able to sacrifice at the church is a challenge in itself, for sure. All right, cool. Yeah, so we're way farther ahead on this time, so that's very good. I mean, I guess too, we could have even, I mean, it only costs 1 timber. I wonder if maybe we would have, it's probably too late, but maybe it would have been good too to put an ox on here. But it's a little bit of a hindsight there, but Love the idea of making challenging starts because you learn new strategies. Yeah, I mean that's the. I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, the more experience you get in the game, then of course, I mean, I know we're somewhat the same in that too, where it's like the more experience you get in the game, then it's kind of like just doing like a regular playthrough on the standard settings is not as like fulfilling or whatever in that sense. Things kind of become a little bit a little easier or repetitive, but I mean, also for like the sake of the channel too, it's like that's a little, we're the minority. You know what I mean? There's definitely, majority of people are more interested in other aspects of the game. And still, dude, like if we look at the achievements here on Steam, like for example, like challenge accepted, like even just beating restoring the peace, just the regular game mode against the Baron on the challenging difficulty preset. 0.7% of players have this achievement. Still, to this day, less than 1% of players have that achievement. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think the more relatable content is all right, I think we're good here. We're going to do that. We're going to have these 4 fields. That's good. All right, so we're done with the farming task for now. So that's great. So we got a nice little setup there within the first spring here. So I'm happy about that. All right. We're going to go ahead and move forward on our other tasks. We got to get wood cutting back again, and we got to get firewood. So we'll get a firewood cutter over here, just temporary placement. We're not going to worry about getting extra families for now. But we want firewood, and then we want saw pit. Yeah, like that. Let's go right there. So firewood and then saw pit. Good, and then we're gonna get some trade going after we get those buildings in. Can't get past the first 2 years in challenging. All the guides are about early game. Yeah, see, I totally feel you on that, Hakeem. And that's great feedback for me to hear, you know what I mean, in the perspective of like, the kind of content that I should be making. That's great to hear, so maybe I should make a like a full challenging playthrough guide. I do have a video here on the channel that shows years 1 through 5 on challenging. That being said, it's like from the last year, so some of the aspects are a little bit different. Like I, use some like backyard orchards and vegetables and stuff, which are in that playthrough. It's like the backyard veggie gardens only cost like 15 regional wealth or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's a lot different. There's a lot of, some significant differences now since what you would see in that playthrough, for example. But yeah, I totally hear you on that, dude. See, that's a good perspective. That's definitely what I want to hear. Yeah, all the guides are about the early game and challenging. Okay. Yeah. So I totally understand. Totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, even like, for example, like, even just like restoring the peace regular, like there's an achievement for just restoring the peace, like beat the Baron, like just complete restoring the peace scenario on any difficulty, just a standard difficulty, not even on challenging or anything. 2.9% of players have this achievement. Right? Like, so and that's not like bashing on anyone or hating on anyone. I'm just saying for like perspective to see, like, I think majority of the people who play this game are not, I definitely really do enjoy the challenge runs and stuff, but I think that's kind of, obviously that's a bit more of a minority. A lot of people are still kind of working on the basics, which is totally understandable. I mean, it's a complex game, even just on the basic standard settings and stuff. It's a pretty complex game, right? All right, so we got wood cutting going. We got the saw pit up and running. We'll go ahead and staff our storehouse again, and then we're going to build trading post. Let's go ahead and build the trading post. I mean, we could just go ahead and put it way down here, but I'm going to place it over here. A little trading post right there. Yeah, the vegetables and orchards cost so much more these times. It's so true. Yeah, I mean it's absolutely, it presents such a new challenge, and that's why I've been focusing. I try to focus, like, a lot of the recent content has been focused on, like, getting your town established with, like, food and economy, because that yeah, like, it used to be so simple as far as, like, just tell people, like, look, you could order, you still have right now, like, we'd be able to put in 2 massive veggie gardens, you know what I mean? They literally cost 15 regional wealth each before, so obviously that's completely different now. To make 2 massive veggie gardens, I mean, we that would cost, like, probably 300 regional wealth instead of 30 at this point, you know what I mean? Kind of thing, something like that. So pretty big difference in that regard. And then on top of that, they, it was like beforehand, not only did the vegetable gardens only cost 15 regional wealth, for example, and you could make them any size, but then, you could sell charcoal, right? This was before they nerfed charcoal and yarn and shields and all that other stuff. So it's kind of like, yeah, everything's, even like on the standard settings, like, it's a lot more challenging now. Just in general. Cool. So we'll sell some basic stuff here to start out. We're not going to use the Voktland perk because we can't afford the reduced efficiency for farming. We might use, like, the Woodwright Journeyman. We'll consider that one potentially. I'm not sure if there's, I mean, this one, the Regensburg Guildsman might not be bad too. Yeah, we'll just have to think about which one we really want to use, I guess, but I'm thinking we'll probably go with the Woodwright Journeyman. Either that, I mean, the White-and Hinterlanders might not be a bad option as well. Cheaper animal imports, because we will, since we're not allowing ourselves to use resource deposits, it could be cool to have we're definitely going to be putting in, like, livestock pens and stuff like that. And I don't know if, I guess I forgot to look at the elevation overlay, but obviously if we have any farming on the elevation, we kind of need that, so. I don't like the reduction in the artisan workshops from this one, though. So, the Woodwright Journeyman decreased mining labor speed. We don't care about that because we don't have any mine. We're not going to be using any mining pits. So, that one might be the one that we end up going with. But let's take a look at. I hope we're not in any elevation areas here. Okay, there's a little bit here on the edge. Okay, cool. Yes, we'll probably just use the Woodwright Journeyman one, to be honest with you. And we'll use this portion to help our economy, and then reduce fuel consumption is just kind of a little bonus too. But I think that's what we're going to go ahead and... Approval rating for growth. You like blacksmith? This one? Smiths of Passau? Let's see. Increase blacksmith efficiency. Weapons. Oh, the approval. Yeah, you're talking about this thing? And then the affinity for local handyman. That's for the urban, rural, or whatever, right? Or urban. Yeah, local handyman. Yeah. So, I mean, it'll reduce your maintenance requirements. I mean, that might be pretty big, too, because we're, since we're not collecting iron, obviously, like, you know, reduce like amount of tools that we use could be, I mean, we're going to have to purchase tools, right? So, I mean, that's not a bad idea either. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, that is definitely a good option, though. Even here, I feel like it's a decent option. You know what I mean? Uh, like just for the this one's a pretty big, could be a pretty big bonus for having to use less tools. Um, I don't like the see in this regard though. Then it's like that's a hard pass. We can't afford to reduce the efficiency on backyard pens. But yeah, it's definitely worth a shout. This one for sure. I agree. So yeah, I think we're just gonna lock in the Woodwright Journeyman. Let's go with that one. So soon we'll add that to our economy. All right, cool. So we let's go ahead and add. Yeah, we're gonna go. So I don't know if you. I mean, I guess there's still an argument to be made for chickens, but I don't see how they're better than goats. I mean, you're spending 4 planks instead of 2 planks, and then you'll spend 25 regional wealth instead of 20. I guess there's the argument is that you get eggs fast, like you get the animal produce section, like you get eggs faster than you get milk, right? But I don't know. I feel like just goats are just better in general. So we have enough for one. We only have enough for one either way, but we'll sell a couple things here in just a sec. Chickens produce once a month, goats every 49 days. But what does that mean though? Like, chickens produce like eggs every once a month, and then like a chicken, they produce like a chicken meat every other month or something, and then goats every 49 days, like they produce all three of their materials every 49 days, or like one of their three materials every 49 days. Because the goats produce three things, right? But we need to put something in here earlier, at least a couple things, but I'm just going to export a few planks and firewood as we get it. Egg every month, milk every 49 days. Other things are different time periods. See, but that's the thing though, right? So, I mean, but when you're... So, I mean, overall, you're getting way more... I mean, you're just getting way more from the goats. Because you're getting two more things on top of that. You're getting the hides and the meat, right? Yeah. But I see what you're saying, though. I mean, it would, definitely, you can make the argument that the chickens might be better in this starting situation, potentially. So, I don't know. Let's go with the chicken. Let's do a little bit of both. Can't be bad. Yeah, Hakeem, going back to what we were saying though, dude, I'll definitely have to I'll make that a priority though for one of the next videos, or, and or live streams or whatever. We'll definitely have to do like a challenging like a full run, I guess, you know, like a full run on challenging, just the challenging preset, and get a little more, give a little more perspective and insight, I guess, on more than just like, you know, here's how you get through the first 2 years, right? Because you know, as you were saying, then you kind of hit a wall after the second year. So definitely have to dive more into that. If you need that extra food, eggs are worth it at the beginning. Yeah. So we got one set of chickens here until we can afford a few more. We did stock up a few things on the trading post here. So yeah, right now we're kind of just chilling until we can get a couple more sales, maybe add another chicken or whatever, and then we'll be able to harvest in the near future. We should be good, but let's get ahead on. We need to get windmill, and we'll have to start with the communal oven, of course. We won't be able to get a bakery extension right off the bat, obviously. Yeah, that's good. Like that. And communal oven can fit right here, right next to the granary. Cool. Yeah, full challenging run now would be interesting. Yeah, after all the changes, for sure. It's good to hear, it's great to hear the perspective from, like a Hakeem there, and you look at the achievements and stuff, and it's like, geez, it's easy to forget. Like I said, obviously, more advanced or experienced or whatever you want to call it, kind of players. I guess obviously, it's that kind of feels like just kind of regular play, I guess, but. Yeah, no, a lot has changed, and a lot of people are. I mean, it's still a growing game too. We got to remember, I mean, I've been playing this game for almost 2 years now, but we got to remember, like, it's still, still in like a growing state, right? So there's still going to be constantly an influx of new players, and obviously they're not going to have the knowledge that we do. Oh, someone did die. So we might have a couple deaths here before we get that first harvest, but it's okay. Need some couple traders to come by. There's like no one around. There's like no traders in sight anywhere on the map. They're all way over here on the other side of the river. Ooh, you know what? Too, we should. Here, let's connect the road too to make it like a. Better access point. We did just sell something, that's good. Whoops. Because if the traders are coming from like over here or whatever, this will get them into the town faster because they have to follow a road to get to the trading post. Other than instead of having to take the long route with the King's road. Okay. Small holding. Oh yeah, I agree, dude. I agree. I agree. Totally agree with that. Oh, we only sold 5. Need 5 more regional wealth for another chicken coop. Yeah, I agree though that the small holding should just be like a standard feature. Yeah, I know Trader said that's one of the downsides of this map too. The winding river. It's not like logistically the best, and particularly if we're in a middle, like you said, a middle instead of being like right here. If we were like in this location, it would be a lot more strategically efficient or whatever, right next to the trade points and such. But you know, we gotta have some aesthetic appeal here too, right? You know, we gotta be right here on the water side, and as our town builds up, fields coming up to the cliff sides and stuff, I think it'll look really nice. But the beginning will be a little tough here for sure. We're already had a couple people die, a couple deaths. Merciless right now. July. Let's see. I don't know. We'll have to see if 40 days left. We'll have a couple more deaths probably. It'd be nice to get one more chicken coop. Extra challenge. No extra chance, right? I know, dude. I know, bro. Dude, I swear, that's the other thing. I swear, dude, like when I do any kind of like challenge run or whatever, I swear to God, it's like every time it's like well, what, you know, oh, well, like you know, you had this or you had that or whatever, and it's like never mind the other 1,000 like other like restrictions and like issues that we're dealing with, you know. There's so many factors in this game, you know. There's just layers of variables, right? And they are all so impactful. Like literally even just building, like you said, even just building a region like in a middle region that's far from a trade point and the edge of the map and stuff is a challenge in its own. Because your economy is going to be like way slower. But yeah, we're kind of just chilling now until we can make something happen here. Yeah, here we go. See, this trader's using the path that we created for faster access to the town, so that's good. Sold a couple things. Another chicken coop. Bok bok. Yeah, Gambison. That's a good call too. Yeah, absolutely. Because it takes 2 linen, I noticed, right, to make a Gambesons. And otherwise, you're making 1 clothes from 1 linen. And the clothes only sell for 3, right? Commodities, clothes. Yeah, see, clothes only sell for 3. Gambesons sell for 10. Yeah, so I think you're onto something there for sure. That might be another one of the biggest like trade items too. Yeah, because you're getting 5 regional wealth per linen or per flax per linen, right? Instead of 3 regional wealth per, right? Essentially. So yeah, that's really good. And we'll do that here at some point too. Once we get our farming more established, moving into the future years. It's the first year here getting established is obviously going to be the hardest part. And in general, I feel like getting your town established is kind of the hardest part. But then, you know, like it's a good perspective to hear, like from Hakeem, for example. It's like there's another what's the word I'm looking for? Like roadblock, checkpoint, or whatever, you know, around the 2-year mark, it sounds like too, or there's another challenge. So all factors to take into consideration. Yeah, and we probably could have done without the second ox here to start in this challenge as well. Probably would have been better to just not spend the money on the ox and just spend it on another chicken coop or whatever right away. because, I mean, we have so many, you know what I mean? It's not like we need so many planks. If we were, like, closer to a trade point and we were, like, exporting the planks way faster, then that would probably be good. But since we're in a central location that takes them so much longer to travel and everything, it's not really helping us too much. We don't really have the labor for it right now necessarily. I guess we'll take one of these guys off, yeah. We'll get some forester replantation going over here. One trip to trading post versus multiple trips. Yeah, absolutely. No, it makes a huge difference. Like your location, how close you are to the edge of the map, and one of those like off the map trade points or whatever is just the significance of that is absolutely massive. All right, so we're coming up on September here. 3 days left. All right. Hopefully we make it here. Hopefully we get what we need. So we're going to be all hands on deck, basically. Take all of our workers. And we're going to get them going. Ooh, let's add this. I feel like this will be good. Alright, cool. Let's put one of those guys on here. Do we still need an unassigned if they're assigned here? Will they guide the ox if they're assigned to the... I assume they will, right? You don't need an unassigned to guide the ox if it's at the farmhouse? Being said, doesn't look like anyone's using the ox. Oh, they're gathering right now, though, so you only use it for plowing, of course, right? So we'll see if they use it. Looks like he's bringing it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. What are you doing? Just walking around aimlessly, or what? Probably the argument for selling plate armor too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's another factor to take into consideration too, like you're saying, is like if you have like a situation like this where we're in a middle area and the trades per month are not going to be as high, then it's better to, even if you're not, like for example, to put it in perspective, right? Say large shields versus small shields, then we'd probably prefer to sell large shields, even though it's not like necessarily as profitable per item as the small shields, but we're overall going to get more income because we're not going to be able to make as many trades constantly, right? So like you're saying, yeah, you sell higher value items, right? When you're able to sell less items in total, sell higher value items. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to turn all of these off for now. And I want them to, we need them to get this stuff all threshed or whatever real quick, because we need to make some bread right away. The ox grabs the bushel piles of wheat that the gatherers leave in the field, then goes to replow fields. Oh, so the ox actually picks up resources? That doesn't sound right. I thought the ox is only able to do plowing. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to keep an eye on that. That's news to me if that's the case. Thanks for pointing that out, if so. That's definitely really nice if they go to grab the materials. That's a big help. Alright, we're going to move one of these guys over to the windmill and get that started. Since we have some grain now. And we'll move one other family over to the oven. And we'll start getting some bread. And then we won't be starving anymore for the near future. We have a couple more regional wealth too, but we'll deal with that in a sec. We have bread coming in, so that will be good on stuff for a hot second. Here comes our wheat flour. Oh, I think we need to staff up the storage too, right? To make sure the wheat flour... Yes. I think we're... Yeah, we'll go like that. Alright. So we'll set up some new fields here. That way we don't have to wait for any fertility to regenerate, because we've got plenty of, you know, field space here. Add some strips over here. Okay. Cool. Get them going on that. Definitely the ox helps them gather the harvest. That's good to know. Thank you for pointing that out. I did not know that the ox would help them gather the harvest. That's good to know for sure. They gather 10 at a time. Oh, that's great. Okay. Can max out oxen. Yeah, that's right. I mean, since we're not doing any wood cutting right now too, I mean, we could just, we'll just put the second ox on here too. Yeah, I didn't know that they'll help gather the harvest as well. That's big news. Really good to know. Thanks for pointing that out, guys. How we doing, Ned, by the way? Hope you're having a good Friday. Yeah, I know. I remember you said that's what you do. Morat, you'll make the multiple farmhouses. Since for whatever reason you can only put 2 oxen on a farmhouse that can employ 8 people. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they seem to figure it out for the trading post finally, where you can put 4 horses on here, but for whatever reason, they haven't done the same thing for all the other relevant buildings. Alright, so we're starting, look, here we go. We're starting to get bread. We're not starving anymore. We actually have surplus, so we're starting to stabilize now. And we can actually, over the winter and moving forward, we can actually probably start to grow population a little bit. Now, we'll be in a much better spot here moving forward. That beginning part was tough. We had a few deaths, but I think we're going to be good now. So it would be good to, like we were talking about, flax. It would be good, if possible, we'll put flax on these, but we're going to have these on the lowest priority. The wheat will be more important. Oops. But if possible, if we can get flax coming in too, that will be good, because that'll help our economy and stuff. See, now that's confusing, right? Like, why are they taking the oxen over here to work these fields when they're set on, like, the lowest priority, and we still haven't even gone through these other fields that are on, like, medium or high and stuff, you know what I mean? What are you guys, dumb? Dum-dums? The oxen have reverse priorities. They go to the absolute lowest priority first. So what happens if we go... What happens if we do lowest? Is one of them going to move over here? Now one of them's moving over here. That doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever. Yeah, you're having a good Friday. You're off from work today, Ned? That's great to hear, dude. Love to hear that. Heck yeah. Question. Are there other historical field layouts other than long rectangles? Good question, actually. I'm sure there are. I'm not doing this for necessarily like a historical layout. Just as far as I know, in Manor Lords, it makes a big difference for like the productivity and efficiency of the farming labor tasks if you make the farms in like even strips like this. If you make them kind of random shapes and stuff, it causes issues with like the pathing, particularly with the ox. But it can cause some issues with like the pathing of laying the fields out and the work tasks and stuff like that. So having them in like the long, even strips of the rectangles just makes it a lot more efficient and like they get the task done a lot better. Get these guys back to the farmhouse to help with that because we're good on the windmill for a second. We're also chilling on. I mean, there's only 2 more wheat flour to go, but pretty much we need everyone back at the farmhouse here to get this stuff done. Oxen are great for plowing, but you always leave one field for the horde. Yeah, the horde is faster. Yeah, just the massive amounts of manual labor. Yeah. Had the fields at highest priority when you told them flax. Instantaneous priority shift. Oh. So they still haven't gotten the memo, huh? Interesting. I mean, this guy, I mean, what? See, these guys are still plowing all the low priority stuff. It doesn't make any sense. This game, I swear to God, sometimes. Yeah, I was streaming a bit on my Twitch yesterday, doing some experiments and some other challenge runs. Sometimes I'll stream on Twitch when it's a little less, like, I don't know, official or organized kind of thing. And I got a, whoops. Why do I have this? I was doing a challenge where, like, or I was trying some challenge settings where we had, we have some regional wealth. We'll go ahead and fill that with some goats since we already put the pen there. We'll add a couple more in a sec too. But I had like all the, like I had like max AI, like 3 AIs and then the Baron and everything, and all of them like on max aggressive or whatever. And it was on the Dramatic Valley map. And so there was only like 2 neutral regions, which they took, really fast within like the first year or 2. And then they pressed claim on my region in the middle. And it was an AI, not the Baron, who was attacking my region. And they sent like 1 wave of mercenaries or whatever that I killed real quick. And then like I had like units in the battlefield location and everything. Like several companies of units. And then he sent like another wave of mercenaries to come attack the town. And like as they were just like halfway, like on the way to the battle, all of a sudden it was just like battle lost, and then like it was like game over, and it gave, it was like region owners, like the AI controlled the town, took over everything, and like It's just like, dude, what? Like, are you actually serious right now? Like, that is ridiculous. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that to me is just kind of unacceptable. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, that's just crazy, dude. Like, what if you're really not that experienced of a player or whatever? That's your first impression. Obviously, you wouldn't have the settings on max, but like maybe you're playing against the AI or something, and you're just like going into a battle, and then all of a sudden it's just like battle loss, and you completely just lose the game. You know, for no reason at all. It's just kind of like, dude, what is this? You know what I mean? This is just kind of a joke, you know. Yeah, that being said, I mean, there was the autosave. You know, I could go back to the autosave and you know, like retry it or whatever. It was just kind of like, at that point, it's just kind of like, dude, like, end up leaving everything at the same priority. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember you saying that you left everything just at medium priority. They complete their job they started on before the priority change. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it now that you brought it up. It just seems. I don't know. I mean, I do game development too. Unreal Engines really wouldn't be that hard for them to introduce some checks, like, you know, every as they're getting through. I don't know if they have either a timed system or there's probably a grid, internal tile grid here for each of the fields as the auction goes through. You know, each grid. Like, why don't they check for the priority that they're working on? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, it's kind of. Anyways, looking like we're doing okay here, though. We got good fields. This is looking really strong, though. It's just it just makes it like impossible to answer like questions and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, give like accurate information because everything's just so wacky spaghetti code. So. Hey, what's up, Bev? Happy Friday, dude. Mention a comment. Yeah. Yeah, you lost the battle for no reason. Yeah, I know. It's just like, that's ridiculous, dude. You know what I mean? Because if they're attacking your region, you don't just lose the battle, you lose the game. You know what I mean? Like, that's not just a bug, dude. That's a completely broken game. Like, I'm sorry, but that's a completely broken game. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, and you guys are all probably, you know, have dealt with the same issues or whatever. So yeah, it is what it is, but it's definitely frustrating. Okay, so we're done with all. We got a good amount of field. We got a lot of flax and a good amount of wheat set up for the next year. So I'm really happy with that. We got a good amount of bread. We're pretty established now, so we'll get back to our regular tasks here in the town. Let's get this storehouse upgraded. We'll get wood and planks and firewood and all that stuff coming in again. We'll probably add some pop expansion again here now that we're more stabilized. And we'll also add a couple more backyard extensions and ramp up on trade and all that kind of good stuff. Let's also get like a couple veggies and apples or whatever. Okay. What's that? Plus 440%. Let's get an idea of what kind of Morgan size we're looking at here. If we go to like this tree line, 0.8. Okay, I mean, that's pretty strong. Might even be a little too big, because we can't have it be like extremely expensive. Plus 300%. That seems more reasonable. I like that. Let's go with that. We'll get that placed in. And then a couple more houses as well. This long, skinny slot right here. Cool. That looks good. Storehouse is getting upgraded. All right, we're looking good here now. Happy about how we got established there. Glad we restarted, because I think we would have ran into too much trouble otherwise. The start in the last one was not ideal. You do find that oddly shaped fields quite yeah, no, I totally agree. Yeah, so yeah, and as I've said before, I mean, like, you know, a lot of what I'll, you know, generally what I do is more revolved around like strategic efficiencies and whatever. But yeah, no, there's a lot of, like, honestly, the one of the biggest draws of this game in general is the aesthetics, right? And so that's another huge thing that I always try to, you know, I always try to even remind myself. And you know, I try to embrace, you know, not building like a grid or whatever, but and you know, even here we did embrace, like, you know, we're in this middle region so that we have kind of like a aesthetically pleasing setting. And that being said, we've really kind of it's not ideal at all for like the trade, you know what I mean? That's really slowed our trade and economy down quite significantly. But yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, not everything in this game is about doing the maximum challenge level and being the maximum efficient and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, aesthetics, you know, that's a massive, you know, core principle of this game, and why it's like so popular and desirable is that it's so immersive and aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, absolutely. Totally, yeah. If and particularly too, I would say also, like, since obviously like we're doing like a challenge here to only do farming, we kind of need to be like super efficient. But in general, right? Like if you're just doing like a standard playthrough, I know we kind of just like chatted about it a little bit, where it's like, you know, of course there's varying levels of you know, like experience there and stuff. But generally, right, like on the standard or more relaxing settings, you're not going to run into so many of these issues, and you know, it's not going to be so big of a deal if you're like, oh, I want to make farms that are not perfectly square and not the max efficiency, but they look really nice and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's probably not gonna impact you so much, you know, if you're just on like a standard settings or whatever. In which case, yeah, I mean, like I said, and then in general too, I feel like once you get your town established, you know what I mean, and you're just kind of coasting, then, you know, really anything goes, you know, at that point. So, but yeah, definitely try to embrace the you know, the immersive aesthetic appeal here as much as possible. I try to remind myself that too, you know, because I'm constantly like, you know, doing things for the sake of efficiency and logistics and whatnot, which is important. But you know, and then at the end of the day, like I always harp on too, single player game, right? So whatever is the most desirable and enjoyable for you is definitely, that's the way at the end of the day, right? All right, so we're into winter time here. Nice. People moving in. So let's add a couple more. Let's see. How much is this going to be for carrots? 128. All right. Let's get the money that we need for the carrots. Hopefully pretty soon. We got to restaff our trading post now that we're doing these other tasks again. We have plenty of planks for the moment, but we will want to make some more soon. We'll get carrots planted, so we're not doing too bad. We'll get some more livestock backyards and whatever too. But I want to get the carrots first. Get those planted up. Why you advise players, especially new ones, to save often? Yeah. Yeah, no, 100%, dude. Yeah, always have the always have that autosave feature on. I mean, I learned the hard way too in that one live stream. I know you were there when we were doing the farming town recently, and the game crashed because of bad coding, We got an Unreal Engine fatal error or whatever, and then I had the autosave turned off because I was doing some filming before that or whatever, and the autosave pop-up thing is really annoying. And then we just completely lost that entire set of progress, basically. So definitely save, save, save. What is the percentage to start the game achievement? What do you mean, Jay Voodoo? What game achievement are you talking about? Oh, you mean the I think I know what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay. So I know what you're asking. So here's the perspective, right? So earlier we were talking about like the extreme low percentage of like, for example, only 2.9% of people have the achievement to just complete the restoring the peace scenario, the standard game scenario against the Baron on any standard, no added challenging settings or anything. Only 2.9% of players have this achievement to just complete the regular scenario. For perspective, start the game. 99.3% of players have this achievement. Right? Because I know there's a lot of games where like there's really low percentages on achievements because a lot of people just buy the game, they don't even open the game. 99% of people have started the game. So, and then you even have 79.5%, so 80% of players have the achievement for face the first winter and have your settlers not abandon you, survive the first year. So 80% of people have the achievement to survive the first year in the game. But they're just not, and it's just, yeah. So that definitely gives perspective on like, yeah, I mean, it's challenging. You know what I mean? One thing you would say to consider if you're working 4 fields at a time, consider having 2 farmhouses, each with 2 oxen. Yeah, that's what Mole Rat does, I think. Yeah. Long and slim fields are historically correct, though. Yeah, for sure. I have seen that as well. Yeah. I guess that's why. Maybe that's why. Also, I don't know if they did it on purpose, where they made like the efficiency of working the farms is just better if they're long strips because they want it to be that way because of the historical aspect. I'm not really sure, but it's definitely a thing that they work better like this. Yeah, aesthetics. Love the peaceful nature. Totally. You usually play at the slowest speed, dude. Totally, Thomas Hazelwood. What's up, dude? Yeah, I totally hear you. I think when I first got the game, before I got into like making content and stuff, I played it like the normal speed a lot, and it's definitely very relaxing. It's a vibe. If you play at the slower speed and you're kind of invested in like just watching all the tasks going on. I mean, that's a huge draw of the game, right? Be like, yo, I can watch this guy transport the firewood to the warehouse from the firewood cutter, and I can literally see every single thing that's going on in the town. If you kind of slow it down and tune into those things, it's a great experience. Like I said, I have to remind myself to do that because I forget. It's good to make sure you do that once in a while. Stop and smell the roses, Bone of contention. They would have 2 fields usually. 2 long strips to work within that field. Interesting. Okay. So like 1 farm per 4 fields. If you're doing the technique that they're talking about, where you have only 2, like farmhouses only with like 2 families per farmhouse to have the 2 oxen or whatever. I think so, right?
You'll not find finer wares
something like that.
Anywhere else.
Depending on what size farms you're making, or what size fields you're making. I usually do strips of half Morgan, but other people have different preferences. So usually only store flour in the granary. The farmhouse has 1,200 capacity. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure, like, so if you have your people at the communal oven or whatever, they will not be able to get the flour unless it goes to the granary. Like, they can't go and get it straight from the windmill or the farmhouse or whatever. It has to go, they can only get it from the storage space. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that they can't just go get it straight from the same thing with like your I don't know, like if you import, say you have like, so we import like wheat flour at the trading post and we have people at the oven, they can't just go grab that from the trading post. It needs to go to the storage before they can actually use it. Pretty sure that's how it works. He dropped into his experimenting and then it dropped out. Unacceptable. Remember, folk will have multiples of 3. Generally, folk, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, listen to whatever Bath says. I mean, that's a good point too. Yeah, I've mentioned a few times. Yeah, Thomas Hazelwood. You like the aesthetics, or anyone who likes the aesthetics. I mean, definitely turn on this day and night cycle. I mean, we can turn it on here for some aesthetic appeal, but yeah, the day and night cycle is bis. I mean, the scenery that you get with the sun going down and coming up and stuff is absolutely incredible. Yeah, anything Info, Mole Rat, and Bath. These guys are like black belts of Manor Lords. So whatever they say, I would listen to them for sure. A lot of the stuff that I do is advice from people like them, you know. Could probably add a couple more houses. We just had new people moving in.
Well, perhaps it was simply a bad match. These things do happen from time to time.
Couple more. One ox, excuse me, one ox per field -1. Leave one field for the horde. Yeah, for the massive amounts of families. Yeah. Always one less ox than completely plowed fields. It's a lot of micro. Yeah. Alright, flour in the granary, but leave the grain in the farm.
You'll not
Right.
find wares anywhere else.
Yeah, gotcha. So now that being said, I think the windmill people, they can go grab the grain directly from the farmhouse. I think the farmhouse does count as like, basically I think what you're saying here is the farmhouse does kind of count as like a storage building, so they can go grab it from there. But obviously the communal oven needs the extra step. You know, they needed to go to the windmill first. So then, but yeah, the windmill people, I'm pretty sure they can just go grab the grain directly from the farmhouse. Yeah.
Poor quality, he said. Impossible.
Hey, what's up, Smarties? Yo, dude, happy Friday. Definitely a beautiful game to watch, yeah. Scale is ideal at displaying a lot of detail. Yeah. True. Yeah. See, that's one of the biggest differences between something like this and Farthest Frontier, right? Because you have a similar like gameplay loop and all that, but definitely the aesthetics and the immersive appeal and all that is the big difference, right? Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, Farthest Frontier does have a good. I'd say it's a little underrated in the appeal of like, you know, there's you can zoom in Farthest Frontier and you can watch all the people, you know, you can see all the activities going on and stuff. It's just not nearly as like detailed and immersive and stuff as this. But yeah, it's not bad. Yeah. See you soon, Bath. Sounds good, dude. Have a good trip to the shop. Yeah, the screen is a bit. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that game. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I know what you mean for sure. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying it though. If you pause the farmhouse every time a field is completed, the people won't go home first. Oh wow, yeah, okay, I see. Yep. All right, so we're getting some nighttime coming in here. A little nighttime aesthetic. Yeah, when the sun rises here, you'll see. Yeah, I'm glad Beth brought that up. I do try to bring that up here and there in the videos and have some really great screenshots and stuff. If you guys are interested, join the Discord too. We have a screenshot channel. I try to share like some really epic screenshots and stuff in there. But like, yeah, the sunsets and sunrises and stuff are just top tier. See if we can get a nice sunrise view here after we get through the nighttime. The windmill grabs directly from the farmhouse. Yeah, right. And then the communal. To bar the granary from storing the grain. See, that's what that's where I'm not. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure the windmill can grab directly from the farm, but I don't think the communal oven can grab directly from the windmill. We can look at it next time, the next harvest window here or whatever. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the communal oven cannot just go grab directly from the windmill. But I could definitely be wrong. Here we go. Sunrise coming up. Let's see. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's not as cool, I guess, like with the, it looks nicer, honestly, when it's like autumn in particular. I think autumn is like the most scenic when you get like the color in the trees and stuff like that. And then, you know, in particular, once we kind of build the town out more, it'll look better. But then if we have like more of like a scenic view from like the riverside or whatever over here, I mean, it's going to look really nice. But definitely that, those sunrises are just really nice in general. We'll take in a couple more views here as we continue on. Yeah, it almost makes you romanticize the medieval era. I know, it's hard to remember. Like, well, I mean, if you're a peasant in one of my towns, typically, you probably it's probably easy to remember. That's a harsh life because we be taxing these peasants, we be starving these peasants, you know. we do what we got to do around here. Almost. Oh, we almost have enough for these carrots soon. Carrots soon, TM. All right, cool. A couple more houses we put. They got new people moving in. Get a couple more. Bakery can grab from anywhere. Good thing says, yeah, like I said, I could definitely be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, there's so many things that have just changed in this game constantly. It's like impossible to keep up. Speaking of dysentery, diseases and plagues would be a solid add-on. Yeah, I've seen that mentioned. I've seen that recommended a bunch of times. That's something that like that isn't like Farthest Frontier, for example. It would make sense, you know, to add into this game too, but. I kind of come back to the point that I was talking about earlier, where it's like the amount of people who have played the game versus the amount of people who have even completed, like, you know, even just like the basic game scenario. Seems like it's already pretty complex and challenging. Like adding diseases and stuff might just add another layer of complexity that just might be overwhelming. But, you know, it could be cool to add as like, you know, something that you could optionally, right? Like, that's the other great thing, right? In the settings, you can just, you know, if you could go in and be like, oh yeah, I don't want to deal with plagues and diseases, right? Or I do want to introduce that into my build or whatever. Oh, we need 5 more for carrots. We're almost there. Almost there. But yeah, our town is pretty much chilling now at this point, to be honest. I mean, the hard part is really getting established, you know what I mean? Now we're kind of just coasting. I mean, obviously we'll have the next like set of challenge will be getting the like everything, all these things fulfilled, like the multiple categories of food. Like we need way more like backyard animal pens and stuff to get like meats and animal produce, for example. But obviously, we can build a church whenever. But then going from tier 2 to tier 3 will be a challenge too, because we'll need to, our economy just, it'll be tough to get the economy strong enough with our botched, like, or our, kind of, our position here in the middle of the map is kind of trolling in that regard. But we'll need to purchase clay. We'll need to purchase, for roof tiles. We'll need to purchase the stone blocks that we need to upgrade the church. There's a few things that, like, building materials that we'll need to purchase. But obviously, as far as like clothing and ale and stuff, we'll be able to supply all that from our farming. So yeah, I've heard Greg was against the disease angle. I've heard that. Put one of them on the saw pit, another one just on the corpse pit. It's not a big deal. And then we'll put someone else on the trading post. And we'll get the carrots planted. There we go. Carrots are in. And now with the regional wealth move for the next little bit, we'll get some more animal pen backyards. Keep adding some housing. Actually, yeah, it's okay. Let's go with that, I guess. Yeah, I've heard that Greg was pretty much against it as well. Keep adding some more chickens and animal pens here. As we keep getting the money coming in. Perfect. Staff up our forester to get replanting over here. Maybe we'll, for aesthetics, we might have like farmland coming to the edge here. So maybe we don't want to replant trees over there. Maybe we'll move it like more like over here. Yeah. Kind of start having them open this area up. So we can get some farmland on the coastline over here. Cool. Carrots, yum. Let's go. We got carrots, baby. Who doesn't love carrots? Some animal pens. Keep up with those. Okay, see, there's not too much like tasks to be done. Like, we're gonna have a bunch of labor here available for like other stuff, you know what I mean? Let's see. Build a few houses right here, which will be hopefully for like armor or like because we have the woodwright journeyman, like bowyer and joiner shop and stuff like that. Closer over here on this side for production. And as a matter of fact, I think I'd rather those get filled in first. I want these filled in first. Oh, we got a nighttime. Nighttime is back. See if we can catch this sunrise coming up. It'll be really nice. Especially with the farms now more visible in springtime and stuff. Yeah, there's already a regular sickness, right? So we got enough for another goats. That's good. Very good. We're starting to get a decent amount of backyard extensions going here. We probably should invest in a horse too as well, obviously, but you know. Got plenty of stuff to buy here. Our economy's not amazing right now, which we knew it would be like that. Bum, bum. Feeling people get sick more often than it used to be. Yeah, I agree too. I agree. Yeah, people get sick pretty often now. Feels a lot more consistent than it used to be in previous versions. That's what Greg said. What's the point? Everyone just dies. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I never used herbs before, and you do now. Honestly, even there was some, like, there's been some towns where, like, you know, if I'm doing the usual economic setup where we have a really strong economy and stuff, I'll even, like, make sure I set, like, import herbs, because they're just a minor trade thing right here. And I'll just set it to, like, you know, 5 herbs or something, just to make sure I have, like, you know, a set of herbs around in the town, just in case a family gets sick or something, because, yeah, it can have a significant impact on their, you know, their productivity and the tasks of getting done, and it can create a domino effect of issues and stuff, you know, so. Basically, we're just adding more families for more farming capability at this point, and, you know, more backyard extensions and stuff, but let's see if we can add another big backyard right here. That might be pretty decent. Might be kind of oddly shaped. We'll see how it works out. Could do an orchard instead of a veggie. Get some variety coming in. Orchard a bit more expensive though, but we'll just get it set, laid out. Cool. So as we start to ramp up with more of this meat and animal produce and stuff coming in, we need to level up a couple of these houses, because we need to get a bakery for sure, and then probably a bowyer and joiner shop, since we took the Woodwright Journeyman. But bakery is like a must, you know what I mean? We obviously want to be getting the 4 times rates on the breads instead of just 2 times from the communal oven. So that's definitely a big priority here. That being said, we do need to get the church up at some point, and we don't. So we need to import a little. We'll import a little bit of stone, since we're not allowing ourselves to use the resource deposit. So we need 10 stone. That'll cost 110 regional wealth, which we don't have right now. So that's going to be something we'll work towards here. Now that we got 4 chickens and 3 goats. And then we got our carrots here, so. So we need to get 10 stone, and then we'll get our church. Herbs are low-key OP, yeah. One family can harvest 57 herbs a year from the forager hut. Oh, wow. Only 2 weeks to harvest. Interesting. So how does that work, though? So say we built a forager hut and put the herb garden on it. Does someone need to be assigned there? Or do the herbs just grow and then like unassigned families or the families from the granary or something just go and collect them as they grow without anyone being assigned at the forager hut? How does that work? That's another really good point too. That could be very strong for economy too. I guess we could. We could consider destroying our communal oven. Get the... We just would need to make sure that we can level up. Because if we destroy the communal oven, get our stone back from that, then we could build the church right away. But we need to make... This needs to get fulfilled at least on one hand. We need a bakery. Okay, so there is... I mean, it would suck to... I mean, have to take out one of the ones that we already put like a backyard on or something, but we would have to... It would be worth it. Because the bread, obviously, is the biggest thing here. You'll point out that once you get a harvest in and a fire occurred in the farmhouse, you lost 90% of your crop. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's not good. Herbs correlate with the foraging season. Yeah, I got you. I'm just wondering if the herbs, like, do the herbs grow, and are the herbs able to be grown and gathered without the forager hut needing to be staffed all the time, is what I'm wondering. I think we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger here. Let's demolish the communal oven, and we'll get the stone that we need for the church, and that way we won't have to spend money on it either. And then we need a bakery though. Like, we need it to one house needs to be upgraded for sure. I kind of want the church to be like right here. It doesn't quite fit. Let's see. Just replace that road for fun. Cool double road. Alright, there we go. Nice. Alright, hopefully this will work out. I think we're going to have to... this is something I always forget too, and it is kind of a minor annoyance or whatever as well, but the houses, like the marketplace distribution is like proximity. I think it's proximity and or like the placement, like which houses you place first or whatever, right? So like these ones that we put, like I always try to remind myself and I forget a lot, but I always try to remember to like not put anything in the backyard for like a couple of these houses that are in the close proximity of the first ones you build, because then those are going to be like the first ones that you're going to be able to upgrade to level 2, and you're going to want to put a, you know, joiner shop, bakery, whatever in the backyard. So, you know, you don't want to waste your investment on if you put something in there already. Okay, so we do need to, if anything, but that being said, we need, the bakery is like such a must that like, if that comes up here on one of our, you know, one of these ones that has a backyard thing already with the animal thing, then we're just going to go for it. Let's turn off, let's not purchase stone, because we just got the stone from destroying the oven. But we need one house to be upgraded. Mandatory. Forager hut needs to be staffed for 3 weeks a year. Once in March, once in July, once after September. And that'll gain you the maximum amount of herbs, huh? Wow, holy crap. See, this is the Info Mole Rat. His name, the namesake holds true. This guy is an Info Mole Rat. Anytime... I swear, it's the best when you're around and you know everything. Holy crap. You can move one family from hut to hut. 19 herbs a pop. Oh my gosh, dude. See, now you're... Dude. You got this is the... that's the next level tech right there, dude. That's primo. Primo strat. We just need one house. See, it says we have a surplus of 1 egg and 1 milk, right? So, let's go. Let's go. Let's get it on the market. You got an egg and you got a milk right here. Let's get it on the market, you dummies. You got plenty of space in the food stall. Stock it up. Stock it up. Get the eggs on the market, you dummies. Come on. There we go. We got 2 upgrade options right here. So we're gonna, and there's a third. Okay. So we're gonna need to take... Yeah, and that one came and went very quickly. So we're gonna need to take. We're just gonna take one of these because it's just a must. So we're just gonna upgrade this one right here.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
So how many herbs does one family need to heal up? That's a good question too. See, I don't know. I don't even know all those technical details. See, now that upgrade option came and went very quickly. So we snagged this one upgrade right here for the bakery. So that's good. That's all we need for now. We do need more, like, in general, because we need to put, delete that and put a bakery. It kind of sucks we lost a chicken coop there, but it's not the end of the world. We do need to put in, you know, like a bowyer and a joiner and stuff like that, but not as imperative as the bakery. And we're approaching another harvest season here pretty quick. So we'll get that going in just a second. But that's really good. Now we have the bakery. We're going to be... Now we're going to be... Dude, we're going to make so much bread now, and then we'll be able to sell a ton of bread. And then we'll be, hopefully our economy will be pretty strong after this year too. Alright, so now we'll be in a much better spot. 1 herb per sick family. So 1 herb heals all 3 of them? That's crazy. So yeah, that's super efficient then for, like, you know, you can definitely sell off quite a bit of your, you don't need to have too many extra herbs like around in your town. Just sell a bunch of them. Alright, we got our bakery ready to go. That's exciting. Alright, so here comes September. So we will... we have so many families available. We don't even need to really turn anything else off. Let's get the ox back on here. Max out that farmhouse. Let's do it. And we had a big harvest of carrots there. I think we had a few grain left over from the previous harvest or something. They already made a few bread. Sweet. There they go. So you said it's better to keep them all on medium, huh? Medium. Let's see how it goes. Here comes the oxens. Is that? I think that's what you said, right? You just leave them all on medium. Okay, so we can go back to wheat on these from the flax. We'll probably get a little bit of barley here too on this one. Oh no, these ones are strong barley. Okay, we'll put barley up here, 84, 84. There we go. Nice. Whoops. Yeah, all on the same priority. Cool. Yeah, so veggie farmers can be assigned to us with limited work areas. So, yeah, wow, okay. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's test that out. That's pretty big tech right there. That is some pretty big tech.
Cheated him? Never. Perhaps he simply does not know how to cook properly.
Oh, we'll worry about that after we're done with the farm and stuff. Nobody unassigned for the ox. Or no ox unassigned, I mean. Alright, but that's whatever. We'll do that after this. Oops. Alright, so we harvested 156 wheat, 131 flax. Really strong harvest there. So we're going to get quadruple 4 times on the wheat production. And we're also going to use the flax to start producing clothing and then gambescents, which will be really profitable, you know. Then you like to have lots of oxen, 1 ox per field. Yeah, I gotcha. I know that's it. The other thing though is we don't really have enough money to be purchasing tons of oxens right now either. So, but hopefully now if we get now that we're going to make a ton of wheat bread, we can sell a bunch of wheat bread. Our economy should ramp up here, then we can start getting more ox into the town as well. Oh, the elevation kicks in right here. Okay, yeah, we don't want to go too far that way then, that's for sure. I think there was more. Okay, nice belt of flax here still. Okay. These stupid rocks are gonna prevent us from building stuff right here. It's annoying. We can't clear them out. Let's get at least 1 more flax. That's what you were alluding to. 3 fields, 2 being worked. 1 farmhouse will 1 farmhouse will 5, 6 fields being farmed. Sheesh. feel like we need to get a PowerPoint presentation with some spreadsheets here for all this data. Holy crap, dude. All right, got a really large amount of field space now, which is definitely really good. Okay, they've been threshing a bit. Get a ton of bread coming in here, so hopefully our economy will ramp up. We also need to, we haven't needed it because we're not building like a ton of buildings and stuff, but we do need to get iron imported for some tools as well, so we got to think about that. Is clothing fixed now? Yep. Sure is. I assume you mean the clothing consumption rates is what I assume is what you're talking about. In which case, yes, they have been fixed. Highly recommend you check out the videos that I post here on the channel. We have a overview video about the patch notes and stuff. What's the bread ratio? Rye flour. Yeah, so correct. Yeah, what Bath said. Yeah, one from the kids. Yeah, what they said. Yeah, exactly. Once again, we review those changes in the patch notes overview video that I linked there, and we also have a video here on the channel specifically about bread, which got a little bit adjusted with the recent patch updates, but okay, cool. So we're at the end of, so we got all these fields set by the end of this autumn window. Perfect. Looks like they've got all that stuff threshed up, so we're good on the farmhouse now. We'll staff up that windmill and we'll start cranking out tons of bread from our bakery extension. Okay, perfect. And then we'll think ahead about, we do need to, like I said, we need tools. So we do need to build a bloomery and a smithy. Bloomery and a smithy. Cool. Double up on our storage buildings since we have the labor available. And maybe, I mean, the iron is important right now too, but it would be great to get just, we have what, 1 stone, we need 4 more. We need to, if we get 5 stone to upgrade the granary, that would also make a big difference. That would be really good to get done, so see if we can get that imported as well. But yeah, hopefully we can. I think we're gonna go ahead and order that horse first though, because that's gonna help our economy more than anything. That up there. Yeah, and then we'll start selling bread, hopefully some bulk wheat bread, which will sell for 5 each, so we'll make good trades on that. So if our trader guy takes a full load with the horse, that'll be 500 regional wealth per transaction, so that'll be significant, obviously. If you want to build level 3 houses, you need both kinds of bread, wheat and rye. Yeah, you win the best medieval prize for the best medieval name, and Thomas Hazelwood. Yeah, it does sound pretty iconic. Thomas Hazelwood. Oh, that's right. We forgot to take them off of the. We don't need them on the farmhouse anymore. God, we got 90 timber around. So hopefully when we can start upgrading more of these houses, then like I said, we need to start using those planks to start producing like... we got the woodwright journeyman, so we'll start producing like bows and shields and stuff to sell. Once our horse arrives, we will probably just stop selling the other small goods. That way, make sure that they're just taking bulk trades of the bread to make way more money. So there's some iron. We bought a few iron right there. Go ahead and get those turned into tools. We're down to 1 tool, so that's perfect timing. Get back ahead on that. Hey, what's up, Sean? Happy Friday. How you doing, dude? Nice little sunrise action here. Yeah, happy Friday. Hope you guys are having a good week. I'm on the run to the restroom real quick, guys. Leave with the scenery here for just a sec. I'll be right back.
Keep your hearth warm and your home cozy.
All right. We're back. All right, so I mean, the amount of wheat bread that we're going to produce here now that we have the backyard extension is going to be absurd. So our horse is here now. We have the horse here assigned. So we're going to, excuse me, we're going to go ahead and turn off firewood and planks for now. And, oh, I guess, well, shoot, well, we need one more. We have 49 regional wealth, and it costs 50 for this. All right, well, I guess we gotta sell one more thing, and then, yeah. Then we'll switch over to making sure that they sell bread exclusively. Best Manor Lord's Monarch. Lord Thomas Hazelwood, that's right. Been loving the videos, Sean. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Helps so much for your own game. Yeah. Good chill day. Hope your Friday as well. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Same to you, Sean. Shout out, dude. That's what's up. Appreciate that. You're baffled. That's funny. That's right. Somebody must have been born of peasantry. That's right. We're all born of peasantry. All right, we did turn these into tools. We're chilling on that. Okay, so we did get the money that we need for the trade route. Carrying a rider. Okay, so we'll let them just do their thing since they're already on the rider. They could finish that trade deal. And then we're going to go ahead and just make sure wheat bread, export, because this sells for 5 regional wealth each. The other crap that we're selling is just 1 regional wealth each, which is nothing, obviously. So let's sell a ton of bread. We'll get rich off of bread real quick. And we're also going to use our flax. And we'll get a Reaver's Workshop up. And we'll hopefully soon we can get another house upgraded and start crafting clothes and gambesons that we can sell for more profit too. Alright, Weaver's Workshop right there. We did get the forge here. Let's also test out. So we're not using the forager hut obviously for foraging anything, but we're gonna try put the herb garden and then assign our veggie workers to the forager hut and see how we do on just them passively getting herbs. Just put the work area just like here in the middle of the town, so that way we know they're not gonna actually go forage anything. Strictly just for the herbs. Let's see what happens. Take our veggie garden workers and put them on there. Or maybe we should have 2 separate forager huts. I don't know. We're just kind of doing a little experiment for fun. You played for 3 hours last night and you got an error and kicked off the game. Yeah. Didn't save. Last set it was... Yeah. It's funny. We were just talking about that earlier, Sean. That same thing happened to me. I was streaming on my Twitch a little bit yesterday, just kind of practicing some stuff on like a crazy challenge run against like aggressive, maxed out AIs all over the place. And one of the AIs came to attack me, and I just lost the game, like out of nowhere for no reason. Like they just took over my region. Like it's just completely buggy, you know. So, and then there was the autosave, but then at that point it was just kind of like I was just like. I was upset, you know, so I was like, alright, we're done with this playthrough for now. Let me link you guys the clip. Yeah, I was salty for sure. If you watch the clip, you'll hear that. Hitching post location. Oh yeah, trying to take advantage of the new update. Bath said it. You're also careful to build a hitching post where you want the farm oxen to hang out when they are not plowing. Right, yeah. for sure. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Be a bit of a yeah, to assign all oxen. Yeah, interesting. Only one family for forage hut. Yeah, I got you. Okay, okay. Let's build a second one then for that. Why not? Yeah, yeah. The thing I linked, it's just like a 30-second clip that I linked right there. It's not like the full VOD or anything. It's just a 30-second clip of when the of when it happened and my reaction. I was definitely upset. Yeah, or you could do the same thing with the hunting and the dog. Yeah, for sure. You know his kind. Yep, yep. I know. That sounds like something Tacticat. I'm sure he's probably recommended that too. I would assume. And we'll put there. There we go. Make sure that they don't actually gather anything. Cool. And oh, we don't have enough. Oh, that's right. Across regional wealth too for the herb garden. I always forget. It's not just the planks. Okay, hopefully we are selling tons of wheat bread now. Though we'll get rich, and then let's staff up the weaver and start turning that flax into linen, and then hopefully soon we can get tailor and start making even more monies. We need monies. The hut should be next to the veggie. They're going. Oh, I see. Well, that's kind of annoying then. I mean, this one doesn't have the herb garden yet, so we'll just leave them on the corpse pit for now. Let's keep an eye on the tasks here. So far, I'm just seeing wading, sowing, and plowing by hand, so that's good. Doesn't seem to be impeding anything so far. We'll keep an eye on to see if they actually are impeding their task to go grab a basket or whatever. Okay, we did get that 5 stone. And let's go ahead and turn off. We don't need to import any more stone. Let's get the granary upgraded. Perfect. Yeah, you watched it real quick, yeah. Yeah, I was upset for sure. I was like, dude, what the, like, what? It was ridiculous. Okay, so this person does go to get a basket, but they don't seem to be involved in the farming tasks anyways. They're just standing around waiting otherwise, right? So is it really impeding them at all? Because these two, the wife and son, are plowing and sowing constantly. The husband doesn't seem to be involved in the farming tasks at all. So he just goes waiting whenever he's done with like praying or anything else. He's just waiting. Now he's getting a basket again. See, these people are assigned to the grave digger. The husband's just waiting and praying. Right? So, I mean, it doesn't seem to impede them, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding. Them going to get the basket, it seems like it's only the husband that's doing that. And the husband is not involved in the farming tasks anyways. So it does not really seem like it's impeding their farming, right? Because the wife and son are constantly plowing and sowing. So the husband's just waiting. So then he goes to get a basket. So yeah, I don't think it's impeding, you know, the forager's hut's not being right. I don't think that's having any really effect on their productivity, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding something. Okay, we made a decent sale there. Now our boy, he just grabbed a whole load of wheat bread to go take off to sell here, hopefully. So we'll get a decent amount of money from that, I'm hoping. All right, we do starting to get a couple houses here ready to upgrade. So, see, ideally, I want it to be these houses over here to put like a tailor shop and stuff. I don't want to replace the backyards that we already have, and then also like them to be out of the central like food area. But we'll have to take what we can get to a certain extent. But let's probably add some more animal pens. Because we need more options to upgrade. We just need more of the animal stuff in general. Yeah. I used to love the hounds, yeah. The hounds are cool. The hounds are really good, yeah. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Thomas. Have a good rest of your day. You as well. Thanks, man. Peace. Alright, Forger Hut is okay. Yeah, heck yeah. TTYLTH, I love that. Talk to you later, Thomas Hazelwood. The Hounds of Bakervilles. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay. Goats of the goat. I just need these. See, it's like all these houses are. See, we're starting to get more upgrade availability. We just need to expand out to here. Then we'll be looking really good. Let's add that second herb garden over here. And assign that other family. Sweet. We're getting. See, now we're getting decent regional wealth from selling the bread. Now we're cooking. So then we'll start selling the linen products as well soon. And now we're really cooking. So both of these have just work area, right? Work area so they don't do any gathering. Cool. And keep an eye on those herbs. See if we start getting a few of them. You taking off to Bath? Hope you have a good Friday evening, dude. Thanks for popping in. We do have a few more iron. We can go ahead and rock out a few more tools. That'll be good. You gotta watch the Hounds of Bakersville. Yeah, I've never heard of that either. I've definitely never heard of that. I've definitely heard of Bakersville, California. I'm from San Diego. I'm from Southern California. So I've definitely heard of Bakersville. Definitely been there. What's my favorite map? My favorite map, personally, is the High Peaks map. I love High Peaks. That is definitely my favorite map. That being said, I like all the maps. All the maps are really good. They all have their kind of pros and cons, like strategically, but aesthetically, they're all so good. But yeah, I really love the High Peaks the most, in my opinion. God, I keep forgetting to catch a sunrise here. Keep forgetting that. But we are, so see, we're cutting down these trees here. We're starting to open up the like shoreline over here. So I think as our town expands, and we maybe add some like fields and stuff over here or whatever, it's gonna start looking pretty nice, aesthetic wise. You know what I mean, with the river bank right here and stuff like that. It's gonna look pretty sweet. Keep forgetting to catch a sunrise though. we'll have to next sunrise for sure. Surely we'll catch that one. Oh, gotcha. Okay, for sure. That's still here. Bakerville. Oh, not Baskerville, not Bakersville. Oh, okay. I see. Baskerville. Okay, we made another strong sale there. See, now we're cooking and we're keeping iron coming into the town. We have 10 tools now, so now we're ahead on tools. Food's looking stronger and stronger. We're gonna sell linen products soon. Oh, also now that we're getting more money too, let's go ahead and we need more ox. So and we should also import sheep too. I mean, now that we're getting decent economy, sheep obviously, you know. Let's get an ox. And let's get a livestock trading post. We can just put that way out of the way. That doesn't really matter. Livestock trading post. And then we'll set up some strips for some pasture area. Yeah, let's just... How many sheep do you guys think this will fit? Like 100? This tiny little strip right here? 47, okay. That's pretty crazy. There we go. Some space for some sheep. We need our sheep farm as well. Perfect. Start getting ahead on some of that stuff. It's an old Sherlock Holmes, like original, okay. Since the update, you actually made so many clothes that you're trading them away. That's good. That's great. That's great, Sean. So, something that Info Molrat pointed out, too, which I hadn't even really thought of, is that so if you have your tailor shop going, and you're producing clothing already, depending on what type of clothing you're making. If you're just making clothing from the yarn, then this isn't really an option to you. But if you're making clothing from the linen, then instead you can make gambesons, and the gambesons are more profitable than clothing. So that's something we'll take a look at here as well. Since we are producing a good amount of linen here from the flax yields that we've been getting, we just need this housing upgrade right here for tailor shop, and then we'll be good. And hopefully that's coming soon now that we keep adding more livestock backyards. We probably have enough as well for an orchard now. We're starting to get good economy with selling the bread. Bread is just so strong. Wheat bread is crazy strong for the economy. So we made a good amount of money there that we can make some more investments. We did get that new ox into the town. It's right here. Let's make that a stable and get another one. More ox, the better for our farming setup as well, right? So we'll just get a few more of those. We'll probably get a second horse soon too for a second trading family. Ramp that up once we get the gambesons coming in, because then we'll be selling a ton of bread and a ton of gambesons. I think we're done selling bread for now though, because we sold everything and now we want to keep the rest that we have. We didn't sell everything, but we sold, like I told, surplus of 120, I think. Yeah, we can probably put that down to like 100, because we're going to get more bread very soon here. So yeah, we can just sell a bit more bread. Yeah, and we sold, look how much bread we sold already. And look, this is just within the last year. We made like 1,200 regional wealth selling bread. We sold 233 bread. So, I mean, look at the profits from bread are crazy. Because you're turning one wheat flour into 4 wheat bread, which is worth 5 regional wealth each. So basically 20 regional wealth per wheat grain, wheat flour, you know what I mean? Crazy. Yeah, of course you can make coins selling sheep. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah. Let's order another ox. Staff the livestock. Import some sheep here. Of course you can make coins selling sheep, yeah. So you can import lambs for cheaper, let them mature into sheep, you know, and just once you get like a sustainable, you know, reproduction cycle going, of course, yeah, you just sell off your extra lambs. I still think it's better to just butcher them and sell like more shoes and stuff. But, you know, that's just me. Oh, we had a sunset there. All right, sunrise is coming. We're not going to miss it. We're not missing the sunrise. All right, we're chilling on tools for a minute. We'll take them off of that. Vote for hounds to be available at the livestock trading post as a standard option. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. What do you use mules for? Mules are used only for inter-regional bartering between your own regions. I have a guide about that here on the channel as well. I can send a link for you. But yeah, I have a guide here on the channel that explains all the inter-regional trade and bartering systems. It's a little complex and I assume unfinished. You know what I mean? They'll probably expand on it. There you go for all the info related to the mules and bartering and interregional trade and stuff. There's a guide right there. But yeah, that's all they're good for. You can't use mules for anything else. Only for trading stuff between two regions that you control. Alright, we're approaching another harvest season here. We'll get hyped about that. We're starting to import some sheep. We got 3 so far. That's good. We made a few more sales. Alright, so things are coming together very well here. We'll get ready for this next harvest. Another sale right there. Another 200 wealth. Sold some more bread. We're almost done turning our flax into linen, and we'll have some more coming in here too. So yeah, things are looking really good. We got a large amount, and this time we're harvesting a bunch of barley too, so we'll be ready to start supplying ale very soon. Order another ox. There we go. So we have 4 now. That'll be 5. Okay, let's kind of get set up here. Moving forward, we'll probably add another farmhouse since we're getting more ox now, and we'll get more ox spaces at more farmhouse spots available or whatever. Cool. What else? We're done with windmill. We're done with weaver for now. And we'll be done with forester and logging for now. Yep. Looking good. We need, let's see. Guess we need to build a couple more houses too. What's our price point here on this? 230 for apples, 350 for pears. We'll get those planted here after the harvest season here too. I don't want them to get busy with that, but let's get a couple more houses planted too. Placed, I guess is the better term than planted.
Carrots, cabbages, turnips.
Carrots, cabbages, turnips. All right, hold on. Let's make a road right here first. Access point. Okay, and and let's get that hopefully done within before September, and we'll have one more family to work with here. Cool, another house. Okay, so we'll get another family here for September to work with. Just need a little bit more labor for the, since we have more stuff going on, more production stuff going on. All right, cool. There we go. Perfect. Go. September is back. Not sure, but if it's fixed. But interregional trading has been a bit sketchy lately. Getting messages saying no storage for blah 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 and others. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the interregional trading has always, I even mentioned it in the guide, that, like, the interregional trading is sketchy, like, in general. It's definitely something that I anticipate them, like, overhauling in, you know, near future. But, yeah, I think the interregional trade has just kind of been, like, sketchy in general. But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's new issues now. With the new updated patches and stuff, new issues that have been introduced even since then, I wouldn't be surprised, right? So definitely a potential there, but yeah, I would say the interregional trade is just a little bit sketchy in general. Like I said, I even mentioned that in the video. Like it's not a great system. What I found, like I mentioned in the video, what I found to be the main issue is that there's no settings, you know, there's no way to like set any sort of like priorities or you know, anything like that for the interregional trade, which causes issues with like there's like so many, you know, they have so many tasks, like the people that are at the trading post, like then they'll be like, oh, I need to like they're doing their regular trade stuff already, you know, so like they'll be like, oh, I need to go stock up like more bread to sell or whatever for like regular sales and stuff, right? And then meanwhile, like the interregional trade stuff is like the lowest on the priority, like internal, it seems. So like unless you basically, you know, in some fashion like force them to like, you know, turn off other tasks and like force them to you know, prioritize the interregional trade thing, then oftentimes I found like then they just don't do it like ever. And it does rely on like a synergy between like the storehouse or the granary and the trading post, because it's kind of similar along the lines of like we were saying earlier, where they just can't go directly grab the thing from the, it needs to like go to the storehouse or whatever. We'll take a look at that here in a sec too. I'm pretty sure that they just can't go grab the stuff directly like from the trading post or from the windmill or whatever it is, right? So I could definitely be wrong, but all right. Cool, so we got all that stuff gathered, our army, farmhouse army, and they'll get started on replanting and all that kind of stuff here. You can make a 0 Morgan pasture. What's the point of that? Did I miss some conversation that was going on? Sorry. What's the 0 Morgan pasture for? You had a few problems with interregional trading. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's just I think it just kind of gets the issue is that it gets like buried and overridden by the other trading tasks that are going on, right? And it makes it like there's no way for you to like control it. And so like the inter-regional trade tasks get like pushed down the totem pole and they just kind of don't happen a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the two reasons are yeah, once again I just please watch the guide, guys. It helps me a lot more like just objectively too, like, getting more, if you guys go and view the guide, it helps me on the channel a lot more. I put a lot of effort into the guide and stuff versus just talking about it here on the live stream. I pretty much get like no benefit out of that, just objectively. I put a lot of that info into the guide, and it's all formatted and everything, so we really appreciate if you guys go check that out. New family, that's cool. Slowly getting some sheep coming in, that's cool. Things are happening. So have we gained any herbs? Yield none. I haven't noticed any herbs being... I don't know if we did make some and they got used by like a sick family or something, or if like herbs don't show on the produced goods here, like it does only show the berries. I'm not really sure, but so far it looks like we're not getting any herbs, right? So not sure if we did something wrong there or what, but should be more than fine on getting all these fields set up here. We did get a good amount of barley, so we can start brewing ale too. Yeah, man, we're looking pretty strong now. This is definitely getting a lot more established. Very strong. Start getting wool. Soon we'll have more bread to sell. Sweet. We can plant this too. Just get these farming tasks are nearly done. Our oxen was doing circles over here. Looks like they figured it out. Cool. Looks like they're all good there. Start threshing. All right, let's get this production chain going here. Let's keep an eye on... I would like to see how this works with the bakery. Staff up the weaver again too. All right, let's take a look here. Bakery, transporting wheat flour from the bloomery. Where the heck are you going? Where is this person going? That was the weirdest path ever. Okay, but they did go and grab it directly from the windmill, so you guys are right. Yeah, she did go grab the wheat flour directly from the windmill. We saw that. Why is she... What is this pathing, dude? What is this pathing? What is this pathing? What are we witnessing here? Are you serious? Ludwig, what are you doing? Dude, these guys are... Look at this. They're going all... They're walking through the weaver's hut, over here, through the field. Oh, come on, dude. What are you doing, Ludwig? Oh my gosh. That pathing is absurd, but okay. Okay, they're definitely getting the stuff from the windmill, though. What are you doing? Alright, they are getting it from the windmill directly, though, so we can definitely confirm that. That's cool. Yeah, it would be nice if our big if we. That's why I wish. I see. I really dislike the system too, and I guess we just kind of didn't think ahead about it, and we should have. But ideally, right? Like we would want like the bakery extension to be like right here. You know what I mean? But I hate how this stupid like distribution system is from the market or whatever, where it like prioritizes the proximity and stuff. And I've seen people argue about this like over and over again, like in the Discord, the Manor's Discord and stuff. And it's like, and I've even seen Greg confirm that like there is proximity based like distribution from the market. It does have infinite extent, but as far as like, when there's limited goods, the proximity base will get it first. So like these houses over here will not have the option to upgrade until we have like a surplus of all of these goods that they need or whatever, right? So that being said, I think ideally we really should be thinking ahead on like, you place your original houses with the first set of houses near the marketplace or whatever, and you have those in an area where you're anticipating like this is going to be where I'm going to put the bakery or whatever, and you don't put any backyards in them to start, and you make sure that you're like planning ahead in that regard. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it's like we are like waiting here forever trying to get these houses ready to level up because we're still waiting for we need more meat and animal produce and stuff as we've been adding more animal backyard pens, all that kind of stuff. So that being said, it's not like a massive hindrance on the productivity for them to have to walk this little distance or whatever, but yeah. That pathing though in particular is just like what? What is that? Alright, so we got a lot of those tasks done. Okay, back to this stuff. Woodcutter. Yada yada. We'll probably add some more backyard animal pens because we just need more of that. Probably add the pears here too. I think are the best. I don't know. I still haven't really tried all the different variations though. Maybe let's just go for apples, I guess, huh? Oh, there's some herbs. Look, we are getting herbs now. Look at that. There's herbs. 15 herbs in the last year. 12 herbs. Okay, there we go. So we're starting to see the herbs coming in there now from our passive setup with these guys from the veggie garden assigned there. Maybe we'll do the same thing. No, we don't want the orchard people on that all the time, but that's pretty cool. So we have some herbs. And as we have extra, I guess we could also sell them. Right? And they sell for 2 each. So that's like okay, I guess, but you just make so much money off the bread, dude. Bread's crazy. Just get another ox. More ox. We are getting a little bit of wool coming in too. We can start selling wool as well. Yeah. And soon, once we are able to upgrade these freaking houses here, we'll start making shoes and clothes and gambesons and all kinds of stuff. We'll be really raking it in. We also need a brewery for our barley here. So we got a few things that need to get added. They've been around for a long time, yeah. The dogs, yeah. I know what you mean. I have seen people comment before previously there was the barking dogs, but there were no dogs in the game. Now there are. Oh, here's the sunrise! We made it! We did it! We finally remembered to watch a sunrise. It'll be more epic, dude. We gotta remember to watch a sunrise in the autumn. I'm telling you, the autumn time is the most picturesque. I mean, this is not bad, though. The herbs are not going to, they're not going to cure Ludwig's madness, though. That's probably true, dude. Ludwig is tripping. I don't know what he was thinking. That's hilarious.
Poor quality, he said. Possibly.
Herbs require a family and a cycle of plowing and sowing for the harvest to be in spring. I'm not sure that the herbs require any plowing or sowing at all, right? We were doing an experiment with it earlier, and we just have the vegetable garden families assigned to the forager huts, and it's only at least while the farms are active. Like right now, we're in winter time, so there is no farming. You know what I mean? So they're all like going to like get a basket or whatever. But we watched and we saw that only the husband was going to like back and forth to the forager hut to get a basket, and the husband doesn't participate in the farming tasks anyways. So I don't know. Basically, we just noticed that the husband was going back and forth to the forager hut, and then eventually we saw herbs coming in. But I don't know. We weren't like watching it constantly the entire year, so I don't know if something else was going on. But that's what we had noticed so far. He's found having a second market with a second granary. Yeah. All your baking things when you get to a large state with the further ones. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is always an option too. I mean, you can always, yeah, add additional markets and stuff like that. I definitely think it's a great idea too, because I mean, like I said, technically they do have an infinite reach. So technically, like the most efficient like approach would be that you just put like wherever you're doing anything. Like, you know, we're not using the uh, resource deposits here or whatever. But like, say, I don't know, we'd be like, oh, we're like hunting over here. Then we'd put like hunting and a granary and a market stall right here, and it's just like a self-sufficient like area. You know what I mean, or whatever it is. Like you technically, that's like the most efficient approach. You know, you just put a market stall like right next to each production area, and they'll have an infinite reach. But it's also kind of silly, in my opinion, to do it that way. But you know. But just, you know, the concept of like having multiple markets in general and stuff, yeah, absolutely. The devs have to have fun too. I guess. I mean, I think that they're having quite a bit of fun making tens of millions of dollars, but different types of fun, I guess. Easter eggs are always a lot of fun. Easter eggs are always a great addition to any game, I agree. Herbs require plowing and sowing. But only once. From then on, only harvesting. Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, so maybe, okay, I see. That's what Jay Voodoo was saying there, probably. So maybe, do they need it, does that need to happen every year in spring? They just do one cycle of whatever, and then in spring, and then that's it, just once a year? Oh, no worries, most Smarties. No worries, dude. I took we took the Woodwright Journeyman. We took the Woodwright Journeyman here, which so far we're not really getting much, we're not getting really much benefit out of it other than maybe the fuel consumption, I guess. But we're planning on doing some economy here with the bowyers and joiners and stuff like that. But like, I don't know. Realistically, there's not like a super good perk that we could take here. I mean, the Vogtland one, we can't really afford the farming decrease since that's like, you know, all we're doing. You know, we could, you know, the Bamberg smallholders could have been an option to do small holding on the veggie plot or something like that. You know, more approval from food variety could have been nice. You know, I think the Bamberg smallholders was like maybe an option. I think we were also kind of considering the uh, I guess maybe we were considering the Regensburg Guildsman. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, there's not really too many good options here for us in general. So We kind of just went with one of them. Woodwright Journeyman. We're not really getting too much benefit out of it, but yeah. One time, all time. Oh, okay. Well, even better. Yeah. Okay. So you put the forager hut. They go and do one round of plowing and sowing, and then you don't need to worry about it at all. You just, as we observed, we just had our veggie workers assigned to the forager hut, but only the husband was doing anything to get the herbs, and that doesn't impact the veggie productivity at all. So that seems to be really efficient. I think that's going to be the new go-to right there. I'll definitely probably recommend that in future videos. That's the new meta, I would say, for or maybe it's not even a new meta. Maybe it's been a meta, but use the veggie workers to assign them to these forager huts with the herb additions. It seems really good. It's kind of one of those situations that's like, why not? You know what I mean? There's pretty much no reason to not do that, so that's great. Heck yeah. We still just need a bit more meats and animal produce, dude. So I guess we'll just have to add a few more houses. Let's also order another ox. Backyard areas over here for a few more livestock. But I mean, we could also, now that we're starting to get some sheep, we could butcher a few sheep. We don't have enough yet to, like, you know, have them be repopulating and stuff enough. But yeah, we could put some sheep to slaughter and get a little bit of meat from that too. Do we know what the other perks are going to look like? That's a good question. No idea. I don't think we have any idea. No, I don't think they've indicated any sort of, you know, information as what that'll look like. So anyone's guess is as good as any other guess. Yeah. Assuming the plowing of herb gardens would be by hand. Never seen an ox visit there. Yeah, I don't think they need an ox for it or anything. Back on delay. Yeah, no worries. Suggestion, make your initial markets only for one stall. Right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's totally. And I mean, to be fair, like, we could even just do that right now. Like, we could just delete this market area and move the market, like, over here. You know, like, we could even just do that, which probably would be a good idea, because I'm sick of waiting for these houses to be able to upgrade. It's ridiculous. So, let's try it. So if we do that, delete that, let's see what happens. I agree. Yeah, it would be good if you could. It would be nice if you could designate what, like, type of food do you want to sacrifice. Yeah, usually have about 300 sheep surrounding your sheep farm. With 0 Morgan pastures. Okay, see, that did work. See, we moved the marketplace over here, and now these are ready to upgrade. See, so that did work. So that was something we could have done a long time ago, obviously. So just, you know, I guess we didn't really, was too busy yapping, didn't really think about it. But that's a good thing to point out. You know, if you're running into that issue, you could just see how simple that was. We literally just deleted the old market and put a market right here, and 2 seconds later, the priorities have shifted, and now these houses are ready to upgrade. So. Probably should have done that a long time ago, but, you know, whatever. Live and learn. I still don't understand what you mean by having the 0 Morgan pastures. What does that mean? Yeah, you're crashing yourself from having all your sheep condensed into small of areas or something. You mean like you just make like a ton of pastures like this, and they hold like 2 sheep each or something, and you just build a ton of those? That seems wonky for sure. Added to the list of wonky things in this game, I guess, huh? Okay. What are we doing? Goats, goats, goats. Okay, we upgraded these. So now we're actually going to be moving. We'll actually get use of our woodwright journeyman. We'll get things will be way better now. Finally get these houses upgraded. It took way too long. We should have done that a while ago. Just move the marketplace. It's a very simple solution. So. Okay, so we know we're gonna want Taylor. We want a brewery too. So Taylor, brewery, joiner, Bowyer. We don't need Bowyer and joiner, so we could just do either one. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, brewery, Taylor, and joiner. I think we'll put those 3 right there. And so we'll also need a tavern for our people to enjoy themselves. Let's see, let's move this. I think we can fit the tavern right here after those supplies get moved out of the way. And we'll just move our bloomery somewhere else. We don't need it for a second anyways. We got 18 tools sitting around. If you make a pasture from point A to point B to point A to point B. What the heck? Here, let's see. So boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, and that's a 6. We can't even click on it. Oh my god. There we go. So this is a 6 sheep pasture right here. What a joke, dude. No way. Alright, I'm not doing that. That's crazy town. That's insanity. Okay, I see what you're saying though. But yeah, the strips are already OP in my opinion. But yeah, that is insanity. Oh my gosh. Alright. So you just have a bunch of sheep in like nowhere, basically, no man's land, basically. That's hilarious. Oh boy. Let's get another farmhouse too. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. So tavern. There we go, right here. Perfect. Tavern, and then we'll put another farmhouse too because now we have more ox that we've been importing. Let's go right here. Yep, that's good. Cool. Looking good. Okay, so we got this guy. Cool. So let's make some. So we have some clothes because we're getting a few level 2 houses now. But mainly we're gonna make gambesons for now because we have a ton of linen. Yeah, we're gonna start making gambesons. We're also getting. yarn from the wool that we can make clothing from the yarn. So we'll probably just make clothing from yarn and use our linen just to make gambesons, and we'll sell the gambesons and keep the clothes from the yarn for our town. But we'll sell gambesons, which sell for 10 coins each. Shout out to Info Mole Rat. You're the goat. Export, sell all gambesons for 10 regional wealth each. We will be rich very shortly. Well, not very shortly because our trade is gimped because of the location that we're in, but yes, we'll want to add a second. We'll get another horse and add a second family here and ramp up on the trade potential here too. Now that we have more high-ticket items to sell. But there we go. Tailor is going. We'll get brewery going, and then we'll get joiner's shop going. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're really cooking. Upgrade plowing station for our new farmhouse. Brewery's up and running. Alright, so we do have the barley. We need the malt house. Forgot about the malt house, but we'll get that real quick. Oh, damn it. We need to import some stone for the malt house. That's annoying. Oh, well. We need 12 stone for our malt house, and then we'll be producing ale. And we're going to go ahead and do small shields. And we'll sell small shields as well. So we're going to be selling gambesons, small shields, and wheat bread, all high-ticket items now. And we did get a more set. So as soon as this becomes available here in 2 days, we're going to get another horse and another family. And we're going to... another horse. And another family. There we go. We're really going to start selling big time now. Now we're cooking, guys. Now we're really cooking. We just need to unlock that small shields category. Boom! There we go. Now we're making use of our Woodwright Journeyman perk with the joiner shop and the shields. Good stuff. Okay. As soon as we get that the rest of that stone imported, we'll build the malt house. Then we'll be brewing ale also. And then our approval is going to be really high. And we can start upgrading more houses and really start progressing the town. So we're making good progress here. Not very aesthetically pleasing pastures, yeah, but it definitely, that's crazy how that works. Here goes the crash, yeah, right. I know, right? Don't worry, we got the autosave on. Just flat packed, yeah. Safety in numbers, yeah. That's true. That's true. No TV back then. Got a special name for sheep. Oh, we missed the sun. We gotta get... Okay. Don't let me forget, guys. This is pretty nice right now, but when we get the sunrise coming up here, like for autumn, we have to see. It's gonna be beautiful. But I mean, this is starting to look pretty picturesque. Well, and once we expand down to like the riverside, I think it's gonna look really nice. Not too shabby so far, though. Looking pretty nice. I really hate that the livestock trading post counts as like a stable space. Like, I don't want these oxes to be over here. That being said, I feel like we've spent enough money on importing sheep anyway, so let's just go ahead and stop on that for now. Demolished. We got a strong amount of sheep, and we'll spend money on other stuff for a hot second. So we'll force them to move. Get out of here! Let's go on, scram! That's right, scram! Are you scaring the sheep? Look, you're dragging the ox through all the sheep, dude. You're plowing right through the poor sheep, dude. Come on. Just plowing right through them, dude. No love. go, farmhouse. So now we have 2 farmhouse with ox. Oh, there's strong barley right here. So we can, yeah, we'll set up some barley fields up against the lake or the riverside. Or just, you know, fields in general, but it is nice that there's barley over here. That's gonna start looking pretty cool, I feel like, with the fields coming down towards the water's edge, you know. Actually, let's do something a little cooler aesthetically. Or try to. Something like that. I can't see this stupid corner here. There we go. We'll have a little fun here and make them not so uniform here towards the river edge. Should be cool. Cool looking. Nice. Yeah, I feel like that'll look kind of cool. So we fill that out. Nice, right? Not too bad. I think that'll be kind of nice aesthetic. Okay. Sweet. And we could probably build even another farmhouse. Make sure we'll just make more spaces for some ox. Cool, and we do have both of our horses employed now. Okay, cool. Yeah. This is coming together very nicely. Did we get the stone that we need? We did. All right, so let's turn on. We don't need any more stone now. And let's get that malt house. Now we're cooking. Okay, malt house. I wish we could just build on top of these stones. Like, dude, I don't care about these stones. Just let me build over them and destroy them. Okay, brewery's right here. We want the malt house to be nearby. Maybe we should move the sheep farm. I'm not sure. It's not like a super big deal. Let's just put the malt house right here. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I haven't been reading your guys' comments for a couple minutes. Scott, you're Scottish, do that as well? Yeah. Oh, you're Scottish, Sean. No, that's cool. Sunrise over Lake Lem is beautiful. Oh yeah, with the kind of reflecting off the water and everything. We're about to get kind of maybe like a sunset here. Well, this is kind of nice too when you get like the shadows off the buildings and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's going to start looking real nice as we get these fields coming down towards the water's edge and stuff. Oh, that's looking pretty nice, guys, right? I mean, that's pretty picturesque right there. We got to catch this sunrise, though. We're not going to forget this time. Flock out of here. Yeah, we just saw that dude. That actually, the oxen had no love for the sheep. Just plowed right through, dude. Metas have one veggie family per hunting lodge to activate Vogtland dogs on a fishing region. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're not using any no Vogtland perk here and no resource deposits, so we're not using that tactic here. But oh, look at that, guys. There we go. Now we're talking. Look at that. Ooh, yeah. Beautiful. But yeah, that is a good... So I would say if you're not going to... Like, either you have the veggie people, you either put them on the forager hut like we have here for the herbs, or if you're using the Vogtland perk, you put them on the hunting in the same way. You assign them to the hunting camp with the hunting dog and just let them passively get you pelts and meat and stuff. But yeah, I think that's basically the best use of what you can do with the veggie plot workers or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, looking good. Heck yeah. Oh, Link's... Look, this looks like where you live? That's beautiful. Yeah, you said you're from Scotland, huh? That's insane. I can't imagine. I mean, that's just insanely beautiful. Wow. First people go to the church, then the tavern, and then take care of the sheep, and then the cycle repeats. Yeah. Right, yeah, so that's... Top right corner of the map, it plays in my hand. Top left corner. No, I have not noticed that, actually. I've not noticed that. That's interesting. I've not noticed that. So I think the sun is going to rise, like, over here. So we'll be ready for that. But, for that view. But yeah, as far as, like you said, Ned, people go to the church, the tavern, then take care of the sheep, and the cycle repeats. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing. That's another reason why, like, you know, I get a lot of questions for, like, why do you not, like, upgrade housing, really? I mean, there's multiple reasons for that, but that is definitely one of the reasons, too, is that, like, as you upgrade housing, then they need, you know, then they're going to want the church and the tavern and all that kind of stuff, which is just more stuff, like, you know, then you're adding more stuff that, like, could impede their, you know, they're going to go visit, you add the church, then they're going to go visit the church. You add the tavern, then they're going to go visit the tavern. You know, you're adding more stuff that's going to, like, impede their labor tasks, you know what I mean? So, but of course, I mean, at a certain point, you know, you got to do it, but yeah, it's another point to keep into consideration. We'll get that malt house, and then, yeah, we got a bunch of barley that's ready to go. We got our brewery up, so we're going to start cranking out ale here real quick, too. Now we're starting to get, a good amount of regional well. We're selling shields, gambesons, and still a ton of, look at the wheat bread profits, dude. Look at that, dude. Buku, man. Wheat bread all day. Wheat bread. Actually, don't show this to Greg, because then he's gonna nerf wheat bread. Anything successful in this game is just like, nope, we're gonna have to cancel that. Do you have a functioning production chain that works? Nope. Unacceptable. Let's add the plowing station. Oh, sun, wait. Oh, God, no. We missed the sunrise. Right? Did we? I think we missed it. Dang it. Oh, we get like a partial sunrise. We didn't get to actually see the sun come up. We're gonna... Oh, my gosh. Okay, seriously, though. Autumn? We're not gonna miss it for autumn. We're gonna get that view. Surely. It's coming. The next cycle here, because we're in July. So the next cycle is going to be the autumn. We're gonna get that view. Surely. Alright, sheep population is decent. Cool. Yeah, we could probably even add more artisan workshops, to be honest. We could probably have like a second tailor work. We probably have like multiple of all these, basically. I don't think we really need 2 breweries, because they'll make 2 ale per malt. So they'll have no problem keeping up with that. But I think we have so much like yarn and linen and stuff, we could definitely use a second tailor. And obviously there's no problem with planks, you know, so we could probably do a second joiner and a second tailor, you know what I mean? I mean, we're just gonna have to start expanding, and they're gonna have to be a little bit farther away from the ideal spots, but that's not a big deal at this point. Let's just put some houses right here. That'll be fine. We ever figure out if the hound will gather small game when you don't have a game deposit? I believe it does, right? I believe it does. Oh, supposedly it doesn't anymore. Okay, so it did, but it maybe doesn't anymore. Okay. Yes, there is a Discord. Yeah, I'll link the Discord here for you. Yeah, I have a Discord. Anyone's welcome to join. We got channels for Manor Lords and some other games, you know. Farthest Frontier, Fellowship, if you're into that, whatever. There's also a channel for like sharing games, if you like some cool games that you want to share. Channel for sharing some screenshots if you want. Just choose a gamer role when you join the server if you want to get access to those channels. Okay. Cool. We have 3 sets of 3 farmhouses with double ox on them now, each, which is good. See, our economy's getting way strong now. Yeah, I mean, now we're cooking. Haven't looked at the stars yet. Oh yeah, we saw a couple nighttime views. I guess we can't see any stars right now, but. Haven't played in 0.8, 0.48. Yeah. I know, I haven't tested it personally either. Oh, there we go, guys! Oh my god! It's happening! We're not in autumn, but this is going to be a good one. Oh, yeah, look at that. See, it's so cool when it's at like the first like little stages of the sun coming up, because it has that like orange tint to it, you know what I mean? It's really nice. We'll get an even better view for the autumn window coming up here, but yeah, not too shabby. Rip hounds. Yeah, I mean, it seems a little crazy that you could use it at all like that. So it makes sense if they took it that away. That was a nice view. We'll take it. Alright, we're approaching another harvest window here. Here we go. Time to employ the horde. The horde again. Alright, so Take those guys off the saw pit and the woodcutter. I don't need the windmill right now. We can pause on Weaver. Oh, we never employed the tavern. Well, got to employ the tavern, you know what I'm saying? We got to be we're not distributing the ale to the peasants, dude. They got to get their ale. Then they'll really be these guys are going to be flying off the rails, dude. Ledwig might actually even figure out how to get to the windmill once he gets some ale. What do you bet? He'll get a better sense of direction. Fueled by ale, basically, you know? Alright, so okay, so 2 on each with the oxen, so that's 6 total oxen. And then, what, we just put a couple extra wherever? I guess, basically, right? It should be fine. And then, let's do over here. Barley, baby! Alright, here we go. Deploy the ox, deploy the oxens, deploy the farmers. So we got 3 farmhouses now with 2 oxen each. See how this goes. So we got 6 oxens out here working the fields. Looking good. Seems to be going pretty quick. I did not know that the oxens actually help gather the materials in bulk too. The harvested materials. That is actually huge. Big fan of that. Okay, let's go ahead and let all of these are getting kind of low on fertility overall. Let's just go ahead and fallow it out. On these, we got plenty of other field space to work with. We'll start using our fields down towards the water. It'll be nice aesthetics too. Barley's good here. Let's just do a bunch of barley here. That's good. Yeah, switch these to barley. Nice. Okay, flax, and then we'll do a couple more fields up here. Alright, we'll put wheat on those. Cool. Yeah, I don't care if the house or anything. Just have some hanging out at the tavern. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Just to have like yeah, for like approval even. Yeah, true. That'd be kind of cool. I agree. Had enough trouble with his trader horses and. That's right. That's right. Yeah, but supposedly that bug did get fixed, where they were being petted by another villager. Supposedly that bug's fixed, right? But not that there's other new bugs now, but you know. Yeah, they seem to be when you do the nice like evenly placed strips and stuff like this. You know, Seems like the ox here, we have 6 oxens now out here working the fields, and you know, they seem to be quite efficient, so definitely liking how this is coming together. Now we got our fields down towards the water side too, looking nice. Very cool. Got a little bit of apples there for the first season. They probably were too busy working other stuff to really gather them anyways, but... Okay, these fields regained a lot of fertility already just in that time frame. So we can go ahead and let's do another wheat. 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 Flax. Let's do wheat and then flax. Okay. Nice. Oh yeah. Dang, yeah, we got so much fields rocking now. Those, yeah, the oxen are super fit. Yeah, I mean, this seems to be like huge. I mean, they're getting these tasks, these farming tasks done like really quickly. Oh shoot, I see what you're saying. I just looked at that picture you posted. Yeah. Yeah, we don't really have like the beach. Yeah, we don't really get the beach area, I guess, in here. But like otherwise, yeah, that look. I see what you mean. Wow, yeah, totally, totally the same vibe. That's crazy. Wow, very nice. And I think we just missed the sunrise, didn't we, guys? What is wrong with me? Oh my gosh, we cannot get these sunrises. Just keep forgetting. Oh my gosh. The amount of field work that we're getting done, though, is just huge. Absolutely massive. Cool. Yeah, I think that's everything done right there. All fields done. So look at all these fields that we have. I mean, that's crazy. Really good. Okay, yeah. Oxen, very good. So we have, once again, 3 farmhouses with 2 oxen each right now. Okay, let them get that threshing done, get that windmill going. How are we doing on tools? We're still okay on tools, we're chilling. Sweet. Alright, and I think next we want to go ahead and import, since we have more money, more and more money, we'll go ahead and import some clay. And we'll start making some roof tiles. It's because we're going to get ready to start upgrading to tier 3, basically. And we also need 20 rough stone. And we'll get ready for, we need that for the church here. And then we need roof tiles for the church, and then also just for housing upgrades to tier 3. And then we need 10 mortar. Yep, cool. So we're importing a bunch of clay for roof tiles. We're importing 20 stone that we need, and then the 10 mortar that we need here. All right, and then we'll get a clay maker, whatever, placed somewhere. Oh, we need 8 regular stone for the clay building. Let's make sure we get that. Import 8 stone. But we need to put this somewhere. Not a super big deal, but get that placed when we have the resources for it. Okay. Now we're starting to make a ton of bread again. We got a bunch of ale, dude. We could probably even sell ale. We got so much ale. I mean, we could sell ale. I mean, we could definitely be upgrading housing too. I mean, we have so much like stuff at our disposal. We'll just be upgrading housing in general at this point. Yep. We'll probably put one more joiner shop too. Or tailor, like I said. Joiner shop and tailor. But we can just be upgrading houses in general. We're going to get rid of these. Since we have so much money now, it's not a super big deal. And we're going to go another tailor. And another joiner. And then we can just add more. Pens over here. Okay, so we'll put these guys on making clothes from the yarn, because the other one's making gambesons from the linen. But we do need clothing, and we have plenty of yarn, so we'll just make some clothing. Alright. And this guy's just going to make more small shields to sell. Easy, because we have so many planks. We're done on all these farming tasks. No more threshing. All that's done. Perfect. Oops, I accidentally clicked vegetable garden here and not animal pen. There we go. Alright. Looking very good. And just more goats. Alright, very nice. Where's whoops. Commodities, ale. Ale sells for 6 each too. I mean, we could even sell some ale. I mean, we have so much of it now. Just keep 100 ale around the town, sell the rest. Easy peasy. Things are looking very good now. Did we get the stone that we need for the... Yes, we did. We'll build the roof tile thing. Maybe not enough goods. Oh, we don't have... Oh, we destaffed the logging camp. That's why. Okay. Let's move this thing out of the way. So we need a stonemason as well for the stone blocks for the church. So we'll put stonemason, and then we're going to put the clay furnace for the roof tiles. Making huge progress. Town is really cooking now. Your field surrounding the wild animals provided 301 barley? That's insane. You still went hounds, yeah, okay. Yeah, no idea if fallowing provided meaningful effect within the same season. Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah. Yeah, you put those fields to fallow, I mean, they'll regenerate. The fertility regeneration is pretty quick. I think I don't know if also because they removed the option for like fencing up, you know? You used to be able to add the fence up to any field and then you could put sheep on there to help restore the fertility. I don't know if maybe they like... There's a high possibility that, you know, because they're not good about communicating and probably just didn't put it in the patch notes, but I wouldn't be surprised if they raised the regular fertility regeneration rate as a trade-off for removing the fenced up option. You know what I mean? So... that stone deposit, dude, it's so annoying in the way. You had a caravan next to a massive field at Easter full of lambs frolicking. Jeez. All these European experiences, dude. I can't relate, you know, I tell you, gosh. So fancy. So cultured.
Don't be shy. Good
Clay furnace is coming. We did buy some clay. We bought some stone. So we have our stuff. We're just getting ready to upgrade. We also have a bunch of hides. We also can get a tannery. And soon we'll be able to make shoes as well. So we'll probably just
You'll
upgrade
not find finer wares anywhere else.
another one of these guys. You'll not find finer wares anywhere else. Staff up the clay furnace. Now we're cooking, roasting. Still ahead on tools. Oh yeah. Couple more houses. Upgraded a few more to tier 2. Get this guy turned into a cobbler. That's right, because we're going to start making. Right here, we got our tannery, we got our bark gathering affinity from the woodland environment, and we're going to start making shoes, and we can start selling shoes as well for even more profits. But we're going to need them as well, because we're upgrading our stuff. We're heading towards tier 3 housing here now. We're going for the max settlement level, which is the goal of this playthrough, because we're on the rise to prosperity. So we're heading towards we're in the last stretch of our goal here, pretty much. We're getting that dress stone converted now. We got that underway. Roof tiles are underway. This is it. We're pushing forward now. Pushing forward towards tier 3 housing and max settlement level here, guys. Farming only. No resource deposits have been used whatsoever. That being said, I think we do need quite a few more houses in general if we're going to hit the max settlement level. Not just upgraded houses, we just need more houses in general. So we'll keep adding some here. Restaff our forester hut. And we can also get ready for, like I said, shoes. Export, and let's just keep I don't know, like surplus of 20 shoes around so we have them for our people. And we are absolutely chilling here. We don't need any more rubble stone. We're good on that. Once we have, yeah, we don't need more rough stone. We have all the rough stone that we need. We will keep importing clay because we want to just continuously make more roof tiles. We need them for not just the church but the housing as well. So yeah, we're making huge gains here. We're also got a steady production of clothing now for our people from that second joiner shop. This is huge. So much gold. That's right. He likes the dogs. That's right. They could add a hound backyard extension. That would be cool. Like just for like quality of life, you know, man's best friend. Some doggos. Apiaries, yeah. Dude, so I've talked about it before, and we'll see if we can expand on it, but like once they put the official patch out, I'm really thinking that they're going to adjust it further, but because they moved honey and wax into the minor trade category. As we can see here, honey and wax in the minor trade category, and they sell for strong amounts even like on their own. 4 for honey and 6 for wax. Those are strong export prices, but if you take the Vogtland perk, then it goes up to like 6 and 8 or something like that. I mean, the export prices on honey and wax are pretty ridiculous for just like a passive backyard extension potentially. But you know, the production rate of the apiaries is pretty low, so I'm not really sure like how viable it is. Like you'd probably have to have like a ton of apiaries, but could be pretty good. When you're setting down a plot, does it's true? Yeah, it kind of does look like a dog kennel. Yeah, I can see a little dog house. Yeah. Really want to min-max? When you set up a building that needs fuel, you can set the fuel so that it saves the villagers having to do it. You mean like the fuel stockpile? Yeah. So they have extra. An extension's coming. You heard it here first, folks. That's right. Love it. And look, our humble little vegetable garden has... Look, I mean, look at this thing, dude. Look how many carrots we have. I mean, come on, dude. We could even be selling carrots for 3 reasonable wealth. I mean, carrots are really profitable, too. And once again, if you take the Vogtland perk, this is another minor trade category. It goes up to 5 reasonable wealth per carrot. It's pretty crazy. You do get 25% reduced productivity on vegetable gardens from the Vogtland perk, but like,
Poor quality.
I mean, what? So 25% less here? I mean, we'd have like what, 150 carrots instead of 200 carrots from just this one little backyard. I mean, that's like, what's 150 times 5? That's like almost 1,000, isn't it? It's like 950. Let's see. 150 times 5. 750. That's 750 reasonable wealth worth of carrots. Even if we had the Vogtland perk right now and we had 25% less carrots, that's still 750 reasonable wealth worth of carrots, you know? So that's like a lot. If you had the Vogtland perk. So yeah, I mean, just there is some good options still. I mean, seems like honestly, like selling excess food items in general is pretty good now. You know what I mean? Like obviously the bread, but carrots too. I mean, even several of these options are not bad. Fish sell for 3 each. You know, you obviously kind of need like a rich fishing pond for that, but not too bad though. But the carrots are the main thing here. 3 regional wealth per carrot is like pretty big. You can get those in bulk, so. Yeah, fuel stockpile, but you can get messages. The malt house is full. Oh, okay. What is the version? The version's right down here. Just you can always see the version number of anyone's game in this bottom right-hand corner. So you can see it right here. 0.48 basically. It's just the most current version of the game that's out. The beta. Our sheep are multiplying so much, it's time for another pasture. Time for another strip of pasture. Sweet. Where we at? Are we ready? Oh, there we go. Look at that. Church upgrade. There we go. We're done making... We don't care about stone block. We only need stone blocks for that. We don't need them for anything else. We're done with that. We'll keep making the clay roof tiles, like I said. We don't need the stonemason stations at all anymore. We do need to replace our bloomery, though, because we destroyed that. Stupid rocks, dude. Just put the bloomery right over here, whatever. Four wax a year per extension. Oh, and 12 honey a year. Okay, okay, okay. So that's good to know. Okay, so 50 honey a month. We need 50 plots of honey. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my god. Right. Okay, so it takes an investment both of time and money because you really need to ramp up a bunch of houses. But yeah, I mean, if you get that 50 housing plots with the apiary, you make your money back after the first year, and then you're just making insane profit from that point on. Just, yeah, passively, basically. I mean, that is a pretty big potential right there, you know? Alright, church upgrades coming in, guys. So that means Dude, we have tier 2 houses ready for tier 3 now. Look at that. We have tier 2 houses ready for tier 3. So let's get the rest of these up to tier 2 at least, and then we'll start putting in tier 3, baby. There we go. We're already here. We made it. Self-sufficient, farming only. No resource deposits used at all whatsoever. Look how many herbs we have, too. I mean, geez, we could be selling these. Look, we literally just have this one vegetable plot with 2 families, one on each of these forager huts. Look how many herbs we have. We have like 100 herbs. Sell all the herbs that we have, other than keep like 20 around in case someone gets sick or something. Easy. Boom. More money. We could probably even assign a 3rd family to the trading posts. Get another horse. Third family, 3rd horse. More trade. We still have a few empty houses, people moving in, church is getting done. Dude, we're making things happen here. Sweet. Yeah, and then probably after this harvest window, we'll just upgrade. We'll start upgrading a bunch of houses to tier 3. Yeah, we're gonna start shooting up into these next town levels. We're gonna get this probably within the next year. Get this done. That'll be great. Yeah, without the hound perk too, so much cash. That's right, dude. That's insane. Yeah, the honey has a huge potential. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Get the last lingering moments of this sunrise. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah, trekking, that means you, yeah, you gotta inform yourself a little bit. I would be happy to link you some resources, but you're gonna need to opt into the beta. It's all public stuff. I have plenty of information about it here on the channel as well. Yeah, very nice basket is always the beta code, yeah. Couple animal pens there. Alright, our church got upgraded. Look at that. Sweet. Let's upgrade this house to level 3. Because this is our vegetable backyard, and then we'll get 4 families here. And we could even add 2 more forager huts. Why not, huh?
Keep your hearth warm and your home cozy.
Keep your hearth warm and your home cozy.
Keep your hearth warm. Come one, come all.
First tier 3 house is coming in. There you go. Yeah, there you go, Trekken. You'll be in. You'll be in. Yeah, you just do that, put the code in or whatever it says on those steps, and then you'll be in. Good to go. Heck yeah. Then welcome to the bugs. There we go, guys. Tier 3 house. Boom! Look at that. Sheesh! Here we go. No resource deposits at all. Alright. Now we got 4 families here on our veggie garden. We'll do the same thing here yet for the next one. Once these people move in, we'll assign them to their forager things over here. Let's make sure we set the work areas. There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. These are forester's hut, not forager hut. Dang it. Whoops. Wrong one. Wrong kind of hut. We'll fix that in a sec. Alright. We got a harvest window coming up here, though, so we'll get dialed in on that. This will be a huge one. Massive. Oh, a little sunset here. Let's catch the sunset. Oh, dude. Come on, guys. Look at that. That looks pretty nice, right? Just saying. Pretty nice view right there. I like that. I definitely like with the fields kind of cascading down towards the water's edge and stuff. Oh, look at that. Woo! Beautiful. Yeah. Before. Yes. No resource deposits. Let's go. All right. We're on the verge of getting all this done. All right, so here comes September, so we're going to focus on our farming window here. Harvest window. Oh, dang it. We got this stupid tooltip stuck here now. I don't think that goes away either. Might need to reload for that thing to go away. It's annoying. Alright, we'll build those forager huts in a second here, but we're going to dial in on our harvest. Okay, so... we'll take... okay, we'll take all those workers there. Okay, cool. That should be good, I think. Oh, we're gonna get another family moving in as well, so let's do like that. Alright, here we go. September. Another family should move in. So we have one unassigned. There we go. Alright, we're good. Watch our field work come together here. Yeah, reload every now and then anyway. It's definitely not a bad idea. Go forth, my peasants, and gather. Alright. We're going to get these turned over in a sec. Looks like they're getting almost all of them gathered up. Okay. Anyone that just doesn't have any like high fertility in general, just put for fallow temporarily. Like get a little extra regeneration. Otherwise we're switching them. Cool. It's just these three over here left to switch. There we go. We're all set up. And we'll just keep an eye on these ones. If they come back to decent fertility by like November or whatever, we'll add these into the rotation as well again. Looking good though. Try pressing M twice. The map. Oh yeah, maybe we could try to look at a different region. We probably just need to reload. We'll probably just reload after this farming window. All our ants out here. It's like an ant farm. Looking good though. Alright, we're back up to... See, flax is not bad here now. Flax and wheat back to 100. There we go. I'll just leave these ones down here. We don't necessarily need all that. It's okay. Yeah, it's all good. We'll clear it up here. We'll do a reload in just a sec. Okay, we do have 3 trading posts. Look at how much money we have now, dude. We are absolutely rich. Look at how many freaking sheeps and land we got. We're overflowing with sheep. And we probably should put in a butcher at this point and start slaughtering some because they're just reproducing like buku. Maybe we need a butcher. I'm gonna start slaughtering these things, dude.
Carrots, cabbages, turnips.
Butcher! There we go. Alright, we're going to be done here by the end of November. Looking good. Yeah, our farming setup and efficiency and all that is looking very strong, so really happy with that. Butcher's in. Okay, so don't slaughter lambs at all. Only slaughter sheep. And I don't know, let's do like a reserve of 50 or something like that. Whatever. So yeah, we're rich. Like, let's take a look. Look, we're making good money on ale. We're still making a ton of money on wheat bread. But yeah, ale, small shields, gambesons, and wheat bread. As you can see, those are our biggest exports. And then now we're starting to sell shoes as well. So that's going to ramp up. But yeah, the wheat bread is ridiculous, like how insane that is. And then, as you can see, we're just selling excess ale, we're selling excess gambesons from our linen, and we're selling shields are selling pretty well because we do have the Woodwright Journeyman perk. So the shields are being produced and sold at a good rate and a good value. Which is basically the only benefit that we're getting from that perk, other than, I don't know, reduced fuel consumption, I guess, but it's kind of like whatever. I think they're all done with farming, yep. They're threshing and stuff. Let's get back on the windmill. Can maybe start smelting down some iron again for some more tools. Weaver's workshop back under production. Just leave one on here just in case there's any lingering materials or whatever that need to get done. Logging camp, saw pit. We would do Forester Hut, but we're back in December already. Okay. Looking very good. Very, very, very good. And we're going to start getting, now we got mutton. Look at that. We got mutton coming in now. We're slaughtering some sheep. Look at how many carrots we have. I mean, geez, we have too many carrots. Honestly, we should be selling carrots too. We just have too many. They're just going to get spoiled. Just sell when we have more than 150 carrots, I guess. Why not? Get another horse. Get another person on the trading post. I mean, dude, let's go. All the things. Easy. We're in the game now. Alright, we're going to save real quick and reload to get rid of that stupid tooltip, and then we're going to be upgrading here, all our tier 3, and we're going to be in it. We're in the home stretch. I'm missing it. Manually rotating. Okay, well, looks like we're nice and okay. There we go. Jeez. Manually rotating crops. Yeah, I'm doing a manual rotation. You can use the crop rotation feature, obviously, if you'd like to. I'm just doing it manual. That's just my preference. But yeah, because I like to look at the fertilities of each one and decide what I want to put on which field area each time. Can pause and unpause the farmhouse when you change fields from fallow or whatever if you're worried about efficiency. Okay. Poor sheepies. They don't know what... That's right, dude. Silence is so bright. Silence of the lambs. That's right. Oh my gosh. Alright, that tooltip has been cleared up, thankfully. Alright. Let's do this, dude. Time to upgrade. Oh yeah. We will want... Let's get our... Forager, not forester. Forager huts over here for our 2 new veggie families. And we're going to upgrade tier 3. More tier 3s are coming in. Get another granary and another storehouse worker. We have 1 more housing space available. Just keep adding a few more.
Well, perhaps it was simply a bad batch. These things do happen from time to time.
Sweet. Tier 3. Tier 3. So those 2 more, that'll get us to the next settlement level, and we're just going to keep on going here. This is looking great. Alright, all farming stuff is completely 100% done. Adios. Tier 3. Tier 3 house done right here. So here's a look at the tier 3 requirements. Just for your guys' knowledge. You need regular clothes and then you need shoes specifically. Regular water, you have the tier 2 church already. Ale, of course. 2 different kinds of animal produce and fruits. 2 different kinds of meats. 2 different kinds of grains. and 2 different kinds of foraged goods and vegetables. Actually, look how surprisingly close we are to having every single one of these categories double filled right now with only the farming. I mean, this is pretty ridiculous how close we are already. I mean, that's insane. So we would just need a second type of vegetable. And then we would probably, you know, I'm just not doing it because I haven't really cared because it's not as efficient. But, like, we probably should, like, some of these fields, if we just set them to rye, obviously we would have a second type of bread. We'd have plenty of rye bread on top of our wheat bread. So we could easily fulfill this second grain category. It would just be setting up a second vegetable garden and doing a second type of veggie. So we could easily get these last 2 fulfilled as well. So, I mean, really strong setup here, just in general. More herbs passive here because literally, why not? Malthouse worker and miller. Malthouse worker, miller. Oh, we never switched the Malthouse person, did we? Yeah. There we go. Tier 3, tier 3. We have a bunch of tier 3 now. Let's keep it coming. More goats, because why not? We're just upgrading like crazy. Very nice. How often should you fallow? Just as needed, really. Only, yeah. It's really only let it fallow as needed. Like if you have more crops to put that have decent fertility that you're ready to plant those new ones or whatever, go for that. I wouldn't say there's any like, you know, formula for like let it fallow this X amount of time or whatever. It's just as needed, I would say. Just 3 different things, you know, fallow. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. I mean, we've only been rotating usually, most of these are rotating between 2 things because there's barley and flax fertility in like kind of separate areas here on this land. So we've been kind of rotating between 2 things. It's just as you've noticed, some of these fields, like if they're not quite regenerated, I put them on fallow for like a month or so during the fall, and then they come back pretty well during that time even. But yeah, I think the most ideal is like if you have it on a patch that can do like 3 things and you just rotate 3 things automatically, that's pretty ideal too. Why don't we harvest herbs from the forager hut? Oh, we are definitely harvesting herbs from the forager hut, so I'm not sure what you mean. We can read. Please. They removed the ability to get sheep on fallow fields. Yeah, they did. Yeah, so you can no longer fence up any field to put the sheeps on them. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's no longer an option. I did notice that in the patch notes where they said they removed the fence up option, it did say like in parentheses right next to that. It did say experimental, so I don't know if maybe they'll end up putting it back, you know what I mean? But yeah, for now, no fence up option for your fields, yeah. Yep. Correct, yeah. So we've just got our strips of pasture fences over here for the sheep instead. And we've got a good amount of mutton and even more hides now that we're working with the leather, cranking out a ton of shoes. So yeah, all that's coming together. You saw the huts that, yeah. So I mean, these forager huts, this is something that we've been working on throughout the stream here, and mainly Info Molra helped us out with the tech. But yeah, we have our vegetable backyard gardens here. The families that are on the vegetable garden are assigned to forager huts, and we have the work area just set like, you know, in the middle of the town or whatever on the forager hut, so they're not actually allowed to forage anything. But we did add the herb gardens, so they are passively generating herbs, basically. This is going to be the new tech. I'm definitely going to have to add that into a upcoming guide for sure. That's a really good setup. Cool. And we made a few more tools, right? Yeah, we're up to 24 tools again. Let's see. We don't need any more mortar. We're done with that. More tier 3 housing. Put us tier 3 on this orchard backyard. That's really convenient. Look, we got a very strong amount of tier 3 housing here. About to hit medium town pretty soon. Need more granary and storehouse distribution. At this point, we should probably be building more because we have 3, because, you know, the hand carts uses and stuff like that. I mean, we're pretty condensed on space, so I'm just going to put another person on for now, but we probably should be adding, like, another set of storage, you know what I mean? Let's import, like, 10 stone to upgrade that water well, too. I think the hut next I have no idea what you're talking about, Sissander, sorry. Pretty sure we're getting herbs from all of our forager huts, so not really sure. Why upgrade orchard to tier 3? I mean, just right now we're just upgrading tier 3 houses in general. We're just heading towards the max town settlement level, and then we'll win the game here. We'll win this playthrough because we're on the rise to prosperity. So reaching the maximum settlement level is the goal here. But just in general, I would say, like, regardless of, like, even if you're not thinking about, like, settlement level, just in general for, like, upgrading houses, it's always a good idea to upgrade when you have the plots here that have the big backyards of orchards or veggie gardens or whatever it is. It's always good to upgrade those to tier 3, and then you get double the amount of families that can live on that plot, since only those families that live on that plot are allowed to work the plot. So you want to have the maximum amount of families to make sure they get the maximum amount of the vegetables, or make sure that they have the labor available to harvest all of the apples within the September window or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, right now we're just kind of upgrading houses to tier 3 in general, just because that's, like, our goal. But yeah, to reiterate, like what Baf's saying, you know, like I was saying, you just want to have the maximum amount of families living on anything that has, like, a backyard vegetable or orchard garden or anything like that. You definitely want to have the maximum amount of families living there. There we go. We reached medium town. Last stop is large town. So we just need to upgrade a bit more housing here, and we are on the way, guys. We are on the way. Save some, make sure some planks are getting saved. Heck yeah. For the building materials. Yeah, water access. Okay, so, and we forgot about, we just fell behind on gathering firewood. We just forgot about it. Let's double staff that. And then I think we imported the stone, right? And we can upgrade the water well now. There we go. And we should be good now, after that, to upgrade more stuff. Anyone knows it's worth it to get the small holding? Yeah, it's debatable. I think the small holding gives like a 20 or 25% increase to the productivity, right? So it's okay. Like, you know, if you have a bunch of really large backyard gardens or whatever, I think the small holding can be potentially worth it. But I would say in general, if you just do this technique where you assign them to the forager huts like that, and you're just passively getting, it's not impeding on their work, and then you're also passively getting herbs on top of that. Honestly, I just do that. Or the old trick, which you don't get anything out of it, but you can just assign the families to a corpse pit, and then that just pretty much guarantees that they're only going to focus on the farming. I used to do that a lot too, but it's definitely more efficient to just put them on a forager hut, and then you get herbs for free. For passive or whatever, so yeah. I would definitely recommend doing that. But, I don't know. Comparatively, I mean, pretty much like the Vogtland perk is just the best perk. And if you don't know about the power of that, then probably means you're new here to the channel, in which case I highly recommend that you spend some time watching some of the guides here I have on the channel, and you'll learn a ton in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, you love the double wide road. I know, right? I love the double wide roads too. That's right, dude. We need that Napoleonic the axis. That's right, dude. I think it's a nice aesthetic too, you know? I hate when things are like so cramped, especially when it's kind of like the main drag, you know? I feel like it's cool to have a little double road, you know? Okay, Stonewell is coming in. Water access should be restored to everybody. Jury's still out on small holdings. Yeah. It's kind of debatable. I think it's worth it if you have maybe like, you know, like a large operation of like several large, you know, backyard plots kind of thing. But otherwise, kind of eh. Your dual cabbage ways. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like those kind of like these kind of roads right here that go like between the houses and stuff. Those get like really congested, like you're mentioning, especially if you have like a couple that go like long. Like if we had a road between these two backyard extensions here, they get really congested in areas like that. Three more tier 3 houses coming in. Look how rich we are too. I mean, crazy. I mean, at this point too, like, if we really wanted to like fulfill any of these other categories, I mean, we just buy whatever we want. Obviously, you know, we just literally just purchase whatever we want. But it's not, you know, these things don't really matter. Like, I think this would be required if you want to get to 100% approval. You know, you do need to like fulfill these, but you know, that's a little bit overkill. There's an achievement, Cheerful Metropolis. Get your max town level and then also get maximum approval rating. So that would be good for that, but you know. Looking for a good perk for a farming region. Yeah, there's not really, see, like we were debating it earlier too. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nice. Let's go. Yeah, so I went ahead and took the Woodwright Journeyman perk for this build because there realistically is no good perk for farming. So I just took a perk that would help economy, you know what I mean? And it reduces fuel consumption, which is another little perk, I guess. But, you know, really there is no good development perk currently for farming in particular. And yeah, farming is OP as is. Yeah, I agree. I don't think there needs to be a perk for farming. Farming is absolutely cracked, so. Yeah, like Baph said, yeah, so much can be added and tweaked, yeah. absolutely. What's the most desirable rich resource? Yeah, stone. So it depends on your like goals or desires or whatever. But like, yes, rich stone. As far as economy, yeah, rich stone is BIS. Rich stone deposit is going to be basically the best thing you can have for economy for max profit right now. Selling the dress stone is huge, and just it's infinite as well. You know what I mean? That's the big thing. Obviously, having a rich clay or having a rich iron deposit are also very good as well. So you kind of can't go wrong with any rich deposit in that regard, as far as like economy. But rich stone is probably the most desirable, just because it's like completely infinite. Like, you know, technically you could put a deep mine right on a rich iron deposit or a rich clay deposit, and that is infinite as well. But then the production rate goes down. Like the quarry is infinite standard, and it has the same production rate, so that's why it's like really good in that sense. And then dress stone sells for 7 each, which is just very strong. But yeah, you know, if you have a rich iron or you have a rich clay, you kind of can't go wrong with those either. So, you know, any rich deposit is going to be really good for economy. But yeah, like if you're like, you know, I was trying out a challenge where like I like didn't allow myself to use any mercenaries, for example, going against like the Baron on aggressive or whatever, then it's like rich iron is probably going to be better, because you're going to need to produce your own like military equipment and stuff, which is going to require a ton of iron, in which case I would prefer to have a rich iron instead of a rich stone in that case. But so it kind of depends on what you're doing, but in general, yeah, rich stone pretty much BIS right now for economy. Very simple and easy to set up. So you just place a quarry, place a stone cutter station, and you're done. And you're getting huge profit already. And if you'd like to see that in action, you can check out the latest video here on the channel, which was defeating the AI in 1 year from starting. And basically, I had a rich stone deposit and boosted the economy like immediately, and we just suffocated the AI and had them beat within 1 year. But you can see the economic power of the rich stone deposit in action if you check out that video. Yeah, I know Bap's a big advocate for fertile land and rich iron for new players. I would say rich stone is like, unless you're doing a build where you're not allowing yourself to use mercenaries and you're just trying to build a, you know, huge militia where you need to make your own like tools and armor or weapons and armor and stuff. I would say rich stone is far more preferred than a rich iron in that case, because like the amount of profits you'll make from the rich stone, you'll have absolutely no problem just importing tools if you need them. But you know, like I said, any rich deposit is just going to be really good. You know what I mean? So you kind of can't go wrong. You know. Like the perk that gives you approval for fully equipped. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the Smiths of Passau, right? Yeah, small amount of approval for each militia footman with the full strength and with their necessary equipment. Yep. That's right. God, we just need a few more housing upgrades, dude. What are we waiting for? What do you guys need? Water access. How are they still missing water access? This water well still hasn't gotten constructed, dude? Are you kidding me? Let's go, guys. Get this frickin' rubblestone over here. What are we doing? Any rubblestone transporters in the town? Hello? Another sunrise? Or sunset? Sunrise, yeah. That's all we're waiting on. It's this stupid water well, and then we'll be able to upgrade all our stuff, and then we'll be maxed out. Any stone transporter enjoyers here in the town? Would be nice. Well, we got one more. We went from 3 to 4. Okay, someone brought one more stone to the work site. Now we're making progress. Any day now, they'll have a 5th stone here. Come on. Come on! The stone is right here, yo! It's literally just right here. What are you guys doing? We're up to 6. We're making progress. 6 stone now. 6 stone, baby. 7! 7 stone. Oh boy. 8 stone. We're almost there. 9! Here it is. This is it. This is it. This is it. Oh my gosh. One more. One more. One more. Who's got it? Who's doing it? Who's going to be the hero? There it is! Barbara. Barbara, the town hero. All hail Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. Yo, Barbara, hey, good looking out, honestly. We needed that water well, and now we're able to get hydrated again. Thank you. See, she's got the construction hammer in her hand. She's been doing work. Yo, Barbara. W, Barbara. That is what's up. Okay, finally, dude. Jeez. Look at how many look how many houses can be upgraded now. Stupid water well. Oh my god. What a joke. Alright. How many more do we need? Be like 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get the materials that we need. Oh shoot, it's harvest season, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm completely I'm spacing out, dude. Whatever. We're at the home stretch here anyways. I don't think we even really need it, but yeah. Oh shoot. All of our crops are going to waste. Alright, we're at the home stretch here, so I was just focused on that. I don't know, we'll just gather whatever they can, I guess, but I'm not really too concerned about it, to be honest. Playing earlier today and reason with rich salt and farming. Got a lot of sausages to sell. Could not keep your money high. Could not afford more trade routes. Huh. Is there any viable way to rush farming and get a harvest within the first year? Yeah, we did it right here in this playthrough. We did exactly that in this live stream right here, right now. So, rewind to the beginning, or when we stop here and it'll get posted on the channel, you can rewatch it, and you can see that in the beginning we did that exact thing. We got a harvest in the first year. We made a good amount of bread, which was kind of the necessary startup for this town, for this challenge, since we can't use any resource deposits. So, you know, we needed to get a harvest in the first year, otherwise we'd have too many starvation. We did have a few deaths, so it was kind of down to the wire, but we did get a harvest within the first year of about 40 grain. We made about like 80 bread in the first harvest, I believe, just with the communal oven. And we also have a video here on the channel from our live stream from last weekend, where we did a setup with the with butcher shops, and it was very successful, highly profitable. So yeah, once again, I would just suggest, if you guys have a bunch of questions and you really want to learn about the game, just spend some time here on the channel. I have a ton of very informative and helpful guides and playthroughs and challenges and all kinds of stuff. So if you take the time to watch through a few of those, I'm sure you'll learn a lot. The butcher setup is all laid out in that playthrough there too. We go through the whole process and everything. And yeah, very strong setup, very highly profitable, all that. Yeah, no worries, yeah. I always I always upload the live streams here to the channel too, after they've been completed. So feel free to come back and watch it back if you feel like it. All right, so we need one more. Look at that, dude. We're right here. We're on the cusp. One more tier 2, one more tier 3, and we're here. We're done. We just need building materials. We're only lacking... Oh, God, we forgot to restaff the logging camp. Damn it. I really don't care too much about that farming stuff anymore, to be honest with you. Let's just get the building materials that we need, and then we're here. We're here. We made it. One more tier 2, one more tier 3, and we're at max large town. Victory was within our grasp. Here we go, tier 2. Farming only. No resource deposits used. Changing the difficulty settings makes the game a tad tougher early, but once you're established, yeah, true. Yeah, that's kind of the hardest point in general. Yeah, I would say like getting established is like kind of the hardest part, you know, in the game. But that being said, I mean, you know, like we saw Hakeem, you know, commenting earlier, and he said, you know, he was mentioning like he feels like a lot of the guides are kind of mainly gauged towards the starting, you know, town setup beginning stages, and then he said he was feeling like he kept hitting like a roadblock around the 2-year mark, you know, and was having a tough time. Oh, there we go, we won, and he was having a tough time getting past that point. So there's still other challenges beyond the starting point, I would say, you know. There we go, guys. We reached that large town. And we only used farming. We did not touch any resource deposits whatsoever. We did it! There we go, guys. Yeah, one more sunrise. Let's we'll take in the views here one last time before we wrap it up for this stream. But yeah, that was great. There's a mod of this game that made the Barons, man, tougher to be. Yeah. Right, I agree, Bath. Yeah, I agree. It should get. Yeah, I agree. But you know, everyone has their. You know, the game's challenging, even just standard, to be honest. You know, so we did it. Large town, farming only, guys. Yeah, the beginning was the tough part. We had a few deaths from starvation. It was tough to get the economy established, especially with our positioning on the map. We're like really far away. We're in the middle region here for aesthetics, and we're really far away from any of these trade points. So there's a bit of travel time involved there, and it took a bit for the trade to get ramped up. For us to be able to get like goats in the backyards and start, you know, really ramping things up, while the farming was like kind of limited in the beginning. But yeah, once you really get that farming established, we also noticed like the oxen working the farmland here, especially with the strips of land and everything that we have set up, was just like really good. I felt that was super efficient. Big shout out to the veggie setup here with the forager huts with the herb gardens attached to them. These guys have just been passively getting us herbs. Like, that's crazy how good that is. We had a lot of really good things going here. I mean, let's take a look at the trade tab. I mean, look at how much stuff we're selling. Like, we're selling herbs, we're selling carrots, we're selling tons of shoes, tons of ale. The amount of wheat bread that we're selling for this much money is absolutely absurd. Like, look at the money we're getting from Gambesons. Like, our Woodwright Journeyman perk paid off pretty well, too, with, like, how much money we made from small shields. And, you know, since we weren't allowed to use any resource deposits, see, we spent a chunk on iron to make sure we had tools. We spent a chunk on like building materials because we needed stone, we needed mortar, we needed the bigger stones for the church. We needed a bunch of clay roof tiles. So we spent a decent amount mainly on like construction materials for all this stuff that we're not, you know, didn't allow ourselves to harvest. But I mean, look at the profits we're making in all different areas just from the farming and backyard extensions. Is pretty wild. It just takes more of a time to set up, you know what I mean? The beginning part was the real challenge, yeah. Did it say dead villagers 170? Oh, I missed. I didn't really pay attention to the stats. Can we see that again somehow? I don't know. I don't know if there's a way. Is there a way to see that? Oh, dang. I don't know if there is. Is that how many it said, though? Really? We had 172 dead villagers? That's a lot of... I didn't realize we had that many people die from starvation. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if you guys want to see the early we did do an early we did a first... we had harvested a solid amount of bread to get us through from the first year to the second year. We had harvested by that first autumn window. If you guys want to see that, definitely go back to the beginning and watch. But yeah, I'm probably gonna be hopping off here in just a sec. But after a little break, I might be live on my Twitch for a little bit later today, just playing some other games if you guys are interested. A bit more of just like a chill hangout vibe over there. But yeah, I play like some. Sometimes I'll play like Warcraft 3 1v1 online matches. You know what I mean? On the W3 Champions RTS stuff, or like I've been really into this tower defense game, Nordhold. If you guys have heard of that one, I have a couple videos for that here on the channel too. Nordhold is a super cool game. I also recently got the Railway Empire 2, which is like one of my childhood favorite games because it was on sale. I got that again. And then you know, like some guy was mentioning Stronghold. That seems like a really cool game too. But anyways, yeah, there's always more to play. But I might hang out on the Twitch after like an hour break or so. If you guys are interested, you're always welcome to pop in there too. It's just the same handle, Colville Gaming. To see it again. No, I'm just saying, like, if you guys, because the stream video will be uploaded to the channel, so you can just watch the VOD from the beginning if you want to see that early harvest. Like I said, if you guys are interested, probably after a little break here later today, probably like an hour from now or something like that, I'll probably just be hanging on Twitch for a little bit, gaming up a little bit on there, chilling. If you guys are interested, always welcome to pop in there as well. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Hope you guys liked the stream today. We'll be live on Sunday for the usual. I'm not always. This was just kind of an addition here. I was able to be up early and have some time available today to add this stream in, so I'm glad we did it. Felt like it was really cool. Got to do some really cool, learn some new stuff as always. Bath and Info Molright, you guys are the freaking goats, dude. You guys are just full of insane amount of information. Really appreciate it. But yeah, thanks everybody for being here. I hope you guys have had a great Friday, and if you had a great week, and you have a great weekend ahead. And like I said, if you guys are interested, I'll probably hope to see you on Twitch, chilling here, gaming up for a little bit later today. But if not, that'll probably be it for today. And then I hope to see you guys on Sunday for our Sunday live stream here on YouTube for Manor Lords again. And I think Sunday we'll do a combat, like military combat focused kind of stream, because that was like the second highest voted thing from the poll for last weekend, as we did the butcher's shop last weekend, which was the highest voted thing. And then we'll do military and combat focused stuff for Sunday. So I hope to see you guys there for that. And GG! We made a really cool town here. We got a nice achievement, or, you know, a personal achievement, I guess. Farming only, no resource deposits. Show you guys it's possible, like I said. I'm gonna call it GG here, and the stream video will be uploaded to the channel if you want to go back to the beginning and see the the first, you know, the setup in the first year or so, and see the initial harvest and all that kind of stuff. I did. I think like you'll probably have to skip ahead like 30 minutes or so. The first half I tried a first playthrough, and I didn't have a good start how I wanted it, and then we restarted. So there's a second start. You'll want to watch the second startup basically if you want to see the actual start to this town that actually worked out. So all right, everyone. Yep. GG's for now. We're hopping off. Peace out, guys. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out, and I hope you all have a good rest of your day and a good weekend ahead. Hope to see you guys on Sunday or see you on the Twitch later today. Catch you guys later.